that every petrol-propelled car should be blended 10% with ethanol, bioethanol. And your number one source of bioethanol is now cassava because it gives you the highest yield. So that has been the innovation in and around cassava here. And obviously we're not just stopping at the processing, we're also looking at actually going into the final markets that will help us to have a greener earth and more innovation that gives a better benefit in the backward linkage to the farmer.
Sustainable Development Goal number 10 focuses on reducing inequalities within and among countries. Solwezi West Member of Parliament, Mr. Nicholas Mukumbi, shares how his constituency is responding to SDG number 10 when it comes to reducing inequalities between refugees and the host community in Meheba resettlement.
We are providing them with in the area of, say, education, where government has a hand in, say, employing teachers. We were given 30 teachers. That went specifically into deployed specifically into the refugee camp, which is a plus to all of us, because we have about 13 schools in there. Community schools, of course, are 3, and then we have 8 primary schools and 2 secondary schools, which we are supporting fully as a government. We have health posts in there, or what we call clinics. And last year we received about 15 nurses, which is also a plus, because we are looking at their health as well, health perspective, and also looking at their education. So the more we bring in teachers, the more they get the education that is needed for them to go and contribute positively as they go back to their countries.
Traditional leaders often hold influential positions within their communities and can serve as advocates for marginalized groups. His Royal Highness Chief Mumena of the Kaonde-speaking people hosts one of the biggest resettlements in Zambia, the Meheba resettlement. Traditional leader highlights how his chiefdom is working with government and other stakeholders in reducing inequalities among people of concern.
We're looking at programs where the people of concern and our people come together, local integration, so that those that are not living in Meheba, say for instance, can come into our chiefdom, Mutanda or anywhere here and be able to set up, as long as the UN system knows where these people are. So we are promoting local integration. We are also promoting the integration of cultures. When we have our traditional ceremony, we have the refugee or the former refugees come to participate with us, and they are part and parcel of this community. The other thing we are doing is when we have them, for instance, wherever they are, the programs that we're doing on integration and development, we are bringing them on board. We are bringing them on board. We are also looking at how best we can be able to, for instance, looking at the legal system, the customary legal system. They've come with a culture, and actually they are part and parcel. Our cultures are very similar with the people that are in Meheba. But there's no court there, there's no local court, there's no what. So when they have issues to do with the traditional legal system and customs and what have you, mediation and trying to find peace and what have you, they come to our customary court of justice. We've allowed them to come to this customary court of justice. They take part. Our chiefdom is also promoting inclusive education for these people. And this inclusive education, as a policy, is working very well for us. And right now we've engaged the mines like Lumana Mine. We've engaged them so that the children that are in Meheba, born in Meheba, or those that are employable, can be able to access employment through the mine. So we are doing this jointly and working with government, the legal, the people that look at the labor systems. So these are some of the things that we are doing.
Africa is vulnerable to climate change impacts. The Zambian government and other stakeholders are putting in place strategies for adaptation and mitigation. One such project is the Strengthening Climate Resilience of Agricultural Livelihoods in Agro-Ecological Region 1 and 2 in Zambia. In Katombola constituency, Kabuyu Bulking Center is helping farmers access markets towards resilient agricultural production for the people of Kazungola district. Miss Angela Siulikwa is a member of the center under Skrala and explains how the district is coping in achieving SDG number 13.
We supplied maize and cowpeas, and then we thought we should also start buying sunflower and making cooking oil so that we can selling on retail prices. And then this is what we are doing, but at the moment we don't have any complaint because we've got the market around. And this has helped with the climate change. We are unable to grow other plants which we cannot grow here because of the rains. We've got less rains, so we decided to be getting plants which don't need more rains, depending on the rains we receive here.
Goat farming can provide rural communities with additional sources of income, mostly in areas where other agricultural activities may be limited due to climate change impacts. By diversifying livelihoods, goat farming can enhance economic resilience and reduce dependency on climate-sensitive activities. Justin Sitali is a farmer in Makowa village in Chief Muzokotwane of Kazungula district. He shares how Skrala has helped him with goat farming in responding to SDG number 13, which is climate action.
Climate change.
I received goats from Sklela in 2019 on 23rd December. Sklela gave me 5 goats because of climate change. I'm in Region 1 and the rainfall pattern here is erratic in Southern Province as compared to other regions. These goats are helping me a lot because I'm able to sell and provide food at home for my family during this drought. I now have 35 goats and I'm improving the breed, and therefore I'm grateful to the government and Sklela for empowering me.
So otherwise tururumbidero ko mutabi wa Sklela improvement yeswe.
In Ngimba, farmers have formed a cooperative to venture into bamboo farming in responding to SDG number 13, which focuses on taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Ms. Edina Tembo, a member of the Zimumba IC, a cooperative involved in making and selling of products made from bamboos. She explains how bamboo farming is playing a significant role in achieving SDG number 13.
This business of making baskets and other stuff have really helped us. When we make, we sell and use the money to buy meal, especially that this time around when food is scarce. Sometimes we sell in Lusaka and the money is used for schools and requirements for our children. Realizing that we have run out of bamboos, we asked people to help us. That's why you see that fence. Inside that fence, we have nurseries for bamboos, which we want to grow. Once they grow, we'll use them to protect our fields. Bamboos have really become scarce, such that we have to buy.
Akine titwale kumunda wasaso akine tikachingirire maminda wasu tonse tabaisi.
Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals requires collaboration, innovation, and concerted efforts from all sectors of society to create a more prosperous and resilient world.
Today, Thursday,
21st March 2024 as we await for live proceedings at 14:30 hours. To be on live commentary, my name is Matimba Mkua.
Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television. My name is Paulson Tindovi, our sign language interpreters for today. We do have Chola Kauma and Jason Manda. Let's look at business that was considered on the floor of the House before we interest you to what is expected to be considered on today's order paper.
When business resumed yesterday at 14:30, 3 matters of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134 were raised, and the first one came from Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, on a subject matter on the alleged statements by the Inspector General of Police that were threatening the security of the nation, and so this matter was inadmissible.
The second matter of urgent public importance came from Chairman North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Chalo, and his matter was on the delayed payment of the social cash transfer funds to beneficiaries in Chairman North Parliamentary constituency, and this matter was equally inadmissible.
The third one came from Lumezi Member of Parliament, Mr. Munia Zulu. This was on the death of a senior Induna Ineta Akapelwa Sikumba in Limulunga district in Western Province, and so this matter was admissible, and the Vice President responded.
And after the consideration of those 3 matters of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134, the House proceeded to consider questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and these are question 319 and 320, and all these questions were considered on the floor of the House.
After consideration of those questions, Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi Kawe, Central Member of Parliament, standing in her place, sought leave of the House to defer the consideration of the motion to a later date. This is titled Introduce Tree Planting Week, that in order to mitigate the effects of climate change, this House urges the government to introduce an annual tree planting week. And so when a question was put that the motion be deferred to a later date, it was agreed to.
2 bills were considered yesterday at second reading stage, and the first bill was the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, which read the second time and committed to the Committee of the Whole House, and it was the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, the ones that have sponsored this bill, and committee stage to be conducted on Tuesday, 26th March 2024.
The second bill is the Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024, which was also read a second time and committed to the whole House, and so committee is expected to be taken tomorrow.
Last week on Friday, we did see and witness the Republican President addressing Parliament and the nation on the updating the nation on the principles, values and principles, and there was a motion that was moved by Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungandu. Thanks His Excellency the President's address. There was resumption of debate on that motion, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. And this motion was seconded by Mr. Komwa Simunji, and we've seen quite a number of members debating so far, and going by the announcement that was made by Madam First Deputy Speaker, she did indicate that it will be allocated 7 days to debate. 5 days will be given to the backbenchers, and 2 days will be allocated to the executive to respond to the issues that will be raised during the debate.
And there being no further debate, the debate on the motion stood adjourned, and so the House adjourned accordingly at 18:42 hours. And so this is the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Wednesday, 20 March 2024. Just now we shift our attention and look at today's order paper.
We do have 3 questions for oral answer. The first one is under Standing Order 76, and this is a question of urgent nature. And we have 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and these are ordinary questions. And Matimba, we also have a report. Let's just interest our viewers out there what this motion is all about.
This motion is expected to be moved by one member of Parliament, Ms. Sibeso Sefulo, to urging the House to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, or ACPS, Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OSCPS European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Luanda, Angola from 17th to 21st February 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 18th March 2024.
After the consideration of that report, the House is expected to consider two bills, and the first bill is the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, which is coming up at second reading, and the other one will have the motion of thanks, the Excellency the President's Address, the motion of 19th of March 2024, and the mover of this motion is Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungando. So far, we've seen quite a number of the backbenchers debating this motion. Matemba, we do have 3 questions for oral answer, as you can see on your screens. Thus, the Honourable Madam First Deputy Speaker making her way to the chamber. That means business is about to begin. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Honourable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
King of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, 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 green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have an announcement to make. I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Ndola Trust School in Ndola District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you, and you may take your seats. We can now go to matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving people of Chiluvi this opportunity to raise on a matter of public importance. Madam Speaker, my matter is, I was supposed to direct my matter to the Minister of Justice. Now that the Minister of Justice is not around, I will direct my matter to the Vice President. Madam Speaker, in the first place, I would like to declare that I am pro-development, and I would like to also declare that I'm a patriot, and anything that is happening in our economy, especially positively, would bring joy to me and my people. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to bring your attention to Article 210. I think clause 2, if I'm not mistaken. And why I bring your attention to that, Madam Speaker, is in line with the handover of Mpani, which was happening today. Madam Speaker, if you look at the shareholding structure of that particular company and the way the handover was taken, ZCCMIH took over that company, and meaning that it became a public asset. And when it became a public asset, it meant that it is a government asset. And I think according to the article that I've referred to, when there is a handover of some sort into a private investor, it means that it has to go through Parliament, so that Parliament approves. Madam Speaker, I am a respecter of public constitutional order. And I think this phenomenon has continued. We have seen it with the dual carriageway. We have seen it with Tazama, where there are clauses in the Tazama deal that entails that government is committed to some debt if the Tazama is not liquidated. Now it has even come to Mopani, where the handover of such an asset has been done without parliamentary approval. Madam Speaker, I would like to seek your guidance in this very important issue, especially that copper and mining has been a backbone for Zambia for a longer period, as far back as 1919. Up to today, we have been surviving on copper mining, and it has built Zambia. It may cause chaos if we continue on abusing constitutional order at the speed we are moving. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Member for Chiluvi. Honorable Member, in your submission, you stated that this matter or this problem or issue has been ongoing for quite some time. You even gave examples where it had occurred. So this is not a new phenomenon. I think, Honorable Member, you can find another platform it does not qualify. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. My matter of urgent public importance is raised to the Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, reports from the Chanida border are that there is a contagious disease that has affected 12 Mozambican truckers. I'm a trucker myself as well. And so far, 5 of our truck drivers have also contracted this mysterious eye disease, which is very, very dangerous. I wanted to get a comment from the Honorable Minister of Health, and reports also indicate that samples have been sent to Lusaka. This can affect us if not serious steps are taken to make sure that this spread does not come to the whole country. So I wanted to get her comment. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Do we have evidence of that outbreak?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as indicated earlier, to say that these reports are there. This is something that I can easily pass to the Minister. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health. Are you able to respond now or maybe come to the House in due course?
First of all, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that issue. If I can be allowed to bring the issue tomorrow, because I also got this information as I was coming here. But it is true that there is an outbreak of a disease, and samples have indeed been brought here at some schools, also I think in Eastern Province. So maybe if I can be allowed tomorrow to alert the public, I'll be grateful.
Thank you so much. So the Honorable Minister of Health will come and update this House on that matter tomorrow. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Muchinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to first pass my condolences to the family of a Zawa officer who was killed by an elephant yesterday in my constituency. Madam Speaker, my matter of urgent public importance is supposed to be directed to the Minister of Tourism, who I cannot see, so I will direct it to Her Honor, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, last year, in the last week of November, I stood here on the same matter regarding the 2 elephants that were spotted in my constituency. And I kept on engaging the minister. However, no action was taken. These elephants kept on moving from place to place until 5 days ago, when in Serenge district, at the district hospital, they brutally attacked a person who is suspected to be a patient, who is now seriously injured and in hospital. The unfortunate part, Madam Speaker, is that yesterday, the same elephant was spotted right close to where I stay, my residence, and my neighbor, who happens to be a Zawa officer, was the most unfortunate one who was killed in cold blood. As I'm speaking, we are mourning in my constituency. Madam Speaker, I'm really a sad person here because we have reached a point where human life seems not to matter as compared to the life of animals. This is not something that you can even be saying use CDF. Someone has died and you are saying use CDF. Have you ever used the CDF to deal with an issue like this one? Let's be serious. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious indulgence on this matter. I thank you.
Okay. Indeed, it's a sad matter. Honorable members, some people are mourning. Let's try to be a bit serious. The Honorable Member for Muchinga. According to our standing orders, a matter cannot be repeated. We've had the Minister of Tourism come to this House to give ministerial statements over the same challenge. So the Honorable Minister cannot come back again. I would ask the Honorable Member for Muchinga to raise an urgent question so that it can be attended to immediately. Thank you. We make progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Health. Order, honorable members, order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got the wrong statement.
Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to be given this opportunity on this occasion to address this august House and through you the nation with regards to the recruitment of volunteers from various cholera treatment centers countrywide into the civil service. Madam Speaker, as you may be aware, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, during his last visit to the National Hero Stadium, which was used as the National Cholera Treatment Center during the recent cholera outbreak, did direct that all volunteers be recruited. In accordance with the Presidential Directive to absorb all volunteers into the civil service, I'd like now to update the nation on the progress made so far in implementing the Presidential Directive. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that immediately after the Presidential Directive, a thorough validation process was undertaken by the Public Service Management and Civil Service Commission to ensure that no volunteer was omitted, as well as ensuring that only those persons who, for the love of mankind, risked their health to serve others.
Order, Honorable Minister. The honorable members at the back there, can we please be attentive? Let's give the people of Zambia out there to listen to the ministerial statement. It's a very important ministerial statement. If we want to caucus, we can even walk out. The Honorable Minister may continue.
Thank you. The House may wish to note that immediately after the Presidential Directive, a thorough validation process was undertaken by the Public Service Management and Civil Service Commission to ensure that no volunteer was omitted, as well as ensuring that only those persons who, for the love of mankind, risked their health to serve others, despite the fact that no reward in form of a salary or allowance was at that time expected. Madam Speaker, further, as directed by the Republican President, the Civil Service Commission, working with the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Management Division, undertook to identify vacant positions created through natural attrition, that is, through death, retirements, resignations, and paid leave promotions, and dismissals, among others. Madam Speaker, in this period, I wish to inform the House and the nation at large that over 314 positions have been identified, and these include the following: 95 junior resident medical officers, 100 registered nurses, 28 clinical officer general, 46 environmental health technicians, 15 medical laboratory technicians, 6 pharmacy technologists, 19 public health nurses, 4 biomedical scientists, and 1 pharmacist. This is against the background of 853 validated health professional volunteers in all the corridor centers. Madam Speaker, to this effect, the Civil Service Commission proceeded to appoint the 314 health workers as phase 1 of the process, and the appointments started collecting their letters effective Monday, 11th of March 2024. Madam Speaker, in view of this development, I wish to take this opportunity to assure the House that all those that volunteered, this is not the end but the beginning, and the process will continue in a phased approach until all the professional volunteers, and indeed volunteers in general, have been absorbed. Furthermore, the process to validate the volunteers under the general worker category is still ongoing, and once the process is completed, the numbers for the general workers that will be absorbed in phase 2 will also be announced in a similar manner. Madam Speaker, just to clarify the point that the 800 plus were professional health workers that volunteered. Those remaining are now the general worker category. I wish, therefore, to appeal for patience as the ministry working with the Civil Service Commission is working round the clock to ensure that all the volunteers are absorbed into the civil service. We hope that before the end of this month, the list for the general workers will also be announced. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to confirm that the Civil Service Commission did announce the names of successful candidates in the phase 1 recruitment of the cholera volunteers in the Times of Zambia, the Daily Mail, and News Diggers, as well as on the Civil Service Commission and the Ministry of Health websites and the Facebook pages on Thursday, the 7th of March, 2024. To this end, I also wish to confirm that the list of all the validated health workers was published in the same newspapers on Tuesday, the 12th of March, 2024. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to state that government is aware and recognizes the works of all the health workers that have continued to offer voluntary services in our various health facilities before, during, and after any epidemic. I wish to urge them, through you, Madam Speaker, to continue with this goodwill, and they will surely not forget, and we will surely not forget their good deeds. Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the anxiety among every job seeker, especially in my ministry, and I wish to take this opportunity to encourage every qualified health worker that this government, under the able leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is resolved to ensure that all qualified health workers are employed in our facilities and serve our people. To this end, I want to encourage those health workers that have been volunteering that they shall soon be considered in the subsequent recruitments that the ministry will be undertaking, including but not limited to the 2024 net recruitment of 4,000 health workers that was announced by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning during his budget presentation for 2024 in this August House. Madam Speaker, I wish to conclude by as I conclude, I wish to once again to make an appeal through this House to our volunteers to exercise patience as the ministry and the Civil Service Commission is working towards ensuring that all volunteers are absorbed in the civil service. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Health. The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want just to thank the Minister for the statement, ministerial statement that she's given to the nation. It's a bit worrying, Madam Speaker, because we have those who've been volunteering in other places like Chiengi for years and years. Others, it's now even close to 6 years. So when the government decided to employ those who have just volunteered at cholera centers in the urban areas, I feel that's a bit quite sad for the people of Chiengi. But I would like to find out, when are they going to consider those who have been volunteering in clinics, hospitals, like in Chiengi? When are they going to be considered? Because 4,000 is a very small number. I know the government is trying to employ more civil servants. So when are they going to consider those who have been volunteering in Chiengi in rural health centers and hospitals for more than 5 years? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for your follow-up question. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for Chiengi should just ask when government will also consider the people of Chiengi, and not to say that it is unfortunate that those who worked in the cholera centers should not maybe have been considered. I think that it's important to appreciate people when they offer voluntary work, especially voluntary work which is risky, as was the case in this cholera outbreak. So to say that it's unfortunate and then to say Chiengi, I think let's be people, leaders that appreciate. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Chiengi is right to ask when government will consider those who are also volunteering. And to say that the 4,000 numbers that we are going to recruit this year is a small number, it's not also correct. Because if you look at the numbers that we have registered, even under the cholera group here in Lusaka and other parts, you will find that the number is only 849. Now, we are not using the 4,000 to recruit those, because the 4,000 was a separate allocation to the Ministry of Health to resolve human resource shortages. And that 4,000 is still available. And that 4,000, even in the statement I've said, the 4,000 will be used to recruit new recruits across the various categories of health workers. And Chiengi, like another district, will also be considered. And in that consideration, Madam Speaker, if you recall, we always try to consider volunteers, general volunteers, but we don't take the whole 4,000 and allocate to volunteers. Because we know that even in terms of voluntary, there are children that try to volunteer, but they don't have space even for voluntary. The only place where there was so much space for voluntary was cholera, because many people did not want to come to the cholera center. It was dangerous. So, in appreciating that question, it is the how the question is asked. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Honourable, the people of Chiengi will be considered like all other districts in 2024. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lupososhi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is no dignity in a country declaring itself that there is a cholera outbreak. Honourable Minister, thank you for your statement and for confirming that cholera is a dangerous disease. My question to you is, how many cholera professional health volunteers and general workers contracted cholera and passed on?
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, there can be no pride for any normal person to celebrate cholera. Cholera, as indicated, is a dangerous disease, highly contagious, but comes because of lack of quality water and also consumption of contaminated food. As to how many people died due to cholera, the number as it stands today, the number of people who died from cholera countrywide, starting from last year, October, when the first case was declared, is about 700, approximately 700. As to how many died because they were working in the cholera centers that I know of, I only know of one that died here in Lusaka. Of course, others did contract it, but did not die, were saved. But I know of one case of a person who died of cholera. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi a chance to ask a follow-up question to the Honorable Minister of Health. Honorable Minister of Health, we want to say thank you so much for fighting the scourge. The question that I have for you is, since those volunteers were just employed due to the number or the demand which was there, Lusaka may be having a lot of health workers, just as Copperbelt and other places. My constituents in Lundazi, we have only one doctor running a district hospital with referrals from Chama, Chasefu, Lumezi, and many other places, and those who are passing by. Honorable Minister, out of those whom you have employed due to the cholera outbreak, would you be generous enough to send us doctors because people are dying?
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the challenge that Lundazi is facing in terms of numbers of doctors is countrywide. And it is a matter that has really caused us grief as people that are in the health ministry. The facts of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that we have more doctors in Lusaka, Ndola, and Kitwe. And the reason is multiple. But one of the reasons is that poor replacement of staff by Ministry of Health. And I want to indicate that in the next month, that will be a thing of the past, because we shall be decentralizing the number of doctors that are all along the line of rail to other districts. And those who will not be interested, it will be better for us to say bye-bye than to count on doctors that only want or are only in Lusaka and the Copperbelt, because Lusaka is not Zambia, and Zambia is not Lusaka. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to put it on record that even the doctors that have been employed, the policy of government has been clear, none of them will be deployed in Lusaka. All of them are going in the 9 districts of Zambia. In fact, 8 districts of Zambia, other than Copperbelt and Lusaka, for now. So that cry is well taken. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out from the Honorable Minister. There are volunteers, for example, in Mwandi, where we had cholera centers that were set, and our health workers really were there each and every single day, but fortunately we did not have any cholera cases. So what happens to those volunteers that had volunteered, but they were not, those have not been employed because we did not have cholera cases, but they volunteered and they were willing also to take the risk. I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is true to say that we've got many volunteers in the health sector in almost all the provinces of Zambia, and maybe even all the districts of Zambia, because the shortage of health workers is real. And so many a times, our districts' facilities or hospital facilities or health facilities in the country rely on volunteers to do health work, including even general workers. In a number of health facilities, you have maybe a security guard who is just a volunteer, or you have a cleaner who is a volunteer. And we appreciate the works of the volunteers. I'll tell you myself for nothing that without the volunteers, we would not have achieved what we have achieved. So any positive achievements partly is due to the support this country gets from volunteers. Suffice to say that this recruitment were specifically those that were in the cholera fight. And this is not to say that the other volunteers are not important. Madam Speaker, remember we are implementing a presidential directive, whereas when the president visited and saw the number of workers at Heroes and the kind of work they were doing and the danger they were exposing themselves, being a human being, the president was at pains. And he was shocked as he spoke to these doctors that were on duty, that they were volunteers. And when he saw the kind of work they were doing, he felt sorry, and that is how he made that pronouncement. And you know what life is. A president holds power on behalf of the people. And when he sees something, he can make a directive. My role, our role, as servants of the people, is to implement. So I want people to distinguish between the normal voluntary and normal recruitments of volunteers. You recall, Madam Speaker, during the 2022-2023 recruitment, on the floor of the House, I did indicate that priority will be given to volunteers. And when we say priority will be given to volunteers, it doesn't mean that all the volunteers would be employed at one time. This is a phased approach arrangement. So we shall continue from time to time to recruit ordinary citizens who have qualified in the health sector, but alongside we will always take into account those individuals, those of our citizens that take it upon themselves to give their service at free will. It tells you that this one understands what a health worker is all about. It's not a job, it's a vocation. So obviously, we tend to want to consider them because we realize that somebody has given herself up for nothing. As opposed to people, there are many people also who just join the health sector, but it's not in their heart. So it's just like a job because either they like the uniform or they like the salary scale, or but we always feel and think that those who volunteer, like the way those who volunteered for cholera, it meant that really these are people that are committed to being a nurse or to being a doctor. And so we give them that extra mark in terms of recruitment. So members of parliament will do well to understand that there's a difference. We're dealing with cholera volunteers, not that we are looking at all the other volunteers. And as I've said, the other volunteers will be considered when we start looking at the 4,000. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, knowing that it is a presidential directive, obviously it could have not have been backed by any budget allocation. Have you started liaising with your counterpart, the Minister of Finance, to bring a budgetary supplementary budget? Madam Speaker, talk to the marketeer here to stop making noise.
Honorable member for Mukushi South, I was busy listening to your question. I don't know where that statement comes in. Are you done with your question?
No,
your
madam, he's interrupting me. The Minister of Youth and Child's Welfare is interrupting me. I'm trying to construct a very nice question to the minister.
Can you look at me maybe instead of looking at the minister? Direct the question to me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying to say that the voluntary nurses that have been employed due to the presidential directive, obviously it has got some financial implications. Have you spoken to the Minister of Finance in order to bring a supplementary budget so that those nurses are catered for in the budget? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure whether the Honorable member was following my statement, because if you recall in my statement, I did indicate that the volunteers under the presidential directive, so far, we've managed 314 out of 800 something. And we are getting these from spaces that have been created because somebody has died, or somebody has resigned, or somebody has retired. So that has nothing to do with the budget and talking to the Minister of Finance. In any case, Minister of Finance, every Monday we talk. So he needs to listen carefully what I was explaining. So there's no budget, there's nothing to do with the budget now. The 4,000, he himself approved the budget, and thanks to the MPs for approving that budget. The volunteers, we are filling up vacancies that arise within the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the Honorable MP for Chama South was trying to talk about the Treasury Authority, which is part of the procedure when we are doing employment. I think that's what he was trying to raise with you, Honorable Minister, because it has to follow that you first seek for Treasury Authority to cater for the numbers to employ. But my question to you is, are you able to come up with a deliberate policy? Because if you ask all the members of Parliament here, they will attest to the fact that we have got health facilities where we have these volunteers who are working in different health disciplines. Are you able to come up, because it shouldn't be emotional decisions, are you able to come up with a deliberate policy and some data correction for you to always appreciate the numbers of volunteers who are working at every given time, so that when the time to recruit comes, you just go to the database and you're able to know how many volunteers are in Shiwangandu and how many, because sometimes people take advantage. You would say that we go by prioritizing the volunteers, but those that are implementing take advantage and ignore those directives. So are you able to come up with a deliberate policy in that regard? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Kampiongo, for your follow-up question. I think the first part of your question or clarification regarding the question that was asked earlier on is still not correct, because the processes that you're talking about, only arise when you are making a new recruitment. So that process of the Minister of Finance, Treasury Authority does not arise in this regard. What am I saying? If there is a position and this person resigns or retires or dies, one doesn't need an authority. That position can be filled once it's established that the person is not there, because the Treasury Authority was already given to that particular position, and that position has an ID number. Coming to your second part of your question, Madam Speaker, that's a very good question and well articulated because it's factual. The challenge is, as he has indicated, that many facilities today, because remember, Madam Speaker, at the moment we are operating at less than, I think now we are well above, maybe say 60% of the establishment has been filled. So we are 40% less. So it means that many health facilities, or almost all facilities, may be lacking in one way or the other. So what do? They fall back on volunteers. And it is true that most health facilities today are being assisted by volunteers. It is also true that most of these facilities, they know who are the real volunteers. But what normally happens is like what the Honorable has articulated when he says, when the time for recruitment comes, sometimes we end up not getting the real volunteers. The smart volunteers get the job. And so what he is suggesting would actually help. But what have we done as a government? What we have done as a government now, going forward, is what we are doing under decentralization, where the districts themselves will employ, the province will validate, the national will validate. That way, the number of people that are fake volunteers can be reduced. But going forward, under digital smart working, we can have a proper list of all volunteers, and every time there's something, it will be easy to validate whether this volunteer is there or not. That is all I can say in agreeing with him. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Lunte, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me this opportunity to rise on this very important point of order. Madam Speaker, in this assembly, you have provided for leadership, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, I can see him, the leader of the opposition, and the opposition whip. Madam Speaker, I can see the Deputy Chief Whip, who is very committed. That bench, that opposition front bench there, where this assembly has even put independents. Look at it, Madam. Look at it. The leadership that you have constructed for the opposition, no one in the assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is the Chief Whip in order to allow that the leadership you have constructed for us can be absent and that dignified bench to be that empty? No one, Madam Speaker. Is the Chief Whip in order to allow such a situation? Embarrassing our assembly when you compare it to any other assembly in the Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, I seek your very serious ruling on this matter.
The Honorable Member for Lunte, I think we've just resumed the sitting this afternoon. We are not even sure whether these members are still coming, but what we know is that all the honorable members are supposed to be present in the House, unless if they've been given assignments or maybe they are not able to come. But as far as I'm concerned, when the proceedings of Parliament are ongoing, the honorable members are supposed to be present. They are supposed to participate. But like I said, We don't know whether they are still coming. We are yet to see whether they are coming. But for sure, they are supposed to be in the house. It's very early for me to conclude that all these people, they've missed the day for today. But they are supposed to be in the house, unless they've been allowed to be somewhere on an assignment. So let's wait and see. Just like the other members that side, and I can see other members as well on the right, left, there in front. Some members are not here. So let's try to be here, all of us, unless if we've been given an assignment. We may continue. The Honorable Member for Lufugu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, at Heroes specifically, there was some sort of agitation, a complaint from the volunteers, that people were not actually volunteering there, were brought in by your officers, and they are the ones who are being given the job. Would you clarify on that one, whether it is true and what is really transpired?
The Honorable Minister of Health. Are you done, Honorable Member?
Yes,
or
but...
was that a pause? Sorry.
No, I'm done, but the Minister is saying I should repeat the question.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. Specifically at Heroes, the volunteers complained, saying actually the people who were being recorded there and to be employed as volunteers were not actually volunteering there, leaving out the people who are volunteering there. Would you clarify whether it's true and what really transpired there? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Madam Speaker, when such an exercise is going on, there will always be a lot of stories around such a process. Some may be true, some may not be true. Now, in this regard, I do not know the facts. Unless facts are brought on the floor or to my office, I can investigate it, except to say that we had a team of officers that were trying to manipulate the process, but we chased them from Heroes, and this is why we allowed the PSMD and civil service to come and basically help the Ministry of Health, so that us who were directly involved as Ministry of Health should not be the ones to actually validate. So nobody from the Ministry of Health participated in the validation. We just gave the data to Public Service Commission and the Civil Service Commission, who made sure that to prove that one was at Heroes, they should have been checking in, because we had the checking system. Two, the checked-in names should show also that they were having lunch there, because even the lunch, there was also a check-in system for people who were having lunch. And thirdly, that in the various wards where they were, we had the list. Again, there was a book where somebody was ticking them. So a name had to be in 3 places. Now, the others who may have been coming there but not working, so maybe they came to eat, but they did not work, they were not in the wards. Or they claimed they were in the wards, but their names were never there to show that they had a meal there. So we strictly took those that were genuinely there to do work. There were others who came.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, let me just announce that we've added 10 more minutes. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there were others who initially were engaged. They came. When they saw the job was tough, they ran away and left. So after the president announced, they came back running. Maybe they only worked for 3 days or maybe just 1 week. They actually ran away because it was tough. So those ones, again, we did not consider them. So if you noted, we first had to publish the successful names. It was to give people a chance to come back to us and say, this name, because they knew each other, by the way, because they became a family. So we were waiting for people to tell us that, no, this name, we don't know this person. None have so far come. Nobody has come to say the names that have been published are not known. What we have only seen is people coming through members of parliament, coming through politicians, and coming through influential people, and saying, even I was there, but my name has not been picked. And all we have done is we have said, give us the name, we send it back to Public Service Commission. And all the files are there. And Public Service Commission has done a great job. All they say is, Minister, we've gone through all the 3 books that you gave us. This name is not there. It appeared for 3 days and the name disappeared. The name is not there. So I have told people that that was a tough job. It doesn't mean when you run away, then you can't be employed. No, you can be employed, but not under volunteers, under cholera. No. You have to fall under general recruitment. Okay? So these are volunteers who risk their lives. So some of your colleagues or some of your members in your constituencies or communities ran away from the work. So help us to ensure that in future people should be serious with committed and with commitment and passion and compassion. So please, it doesn't mean because somebody has not been recruited as a volunteer who spent 3 hours, it means that person has been blacklisted. No. There's the 4,000. We shall consider them. And even beyond the 4,000, at the moment we are getting support from other donors to employ. And we'll continue employing to fill up that gap. So help us. Only come to us when you have a genuine case. When you have a genuine case, that person shall be recruited. Because it is the intention of government to ensure that all those who put their lives at stake are taken. It will be an injustice, Madam Speaker, to leave a person who sacrificed. God will not bless us. We want blessings from God. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the responses. I've noted, Minister, that you are only employing about 800 from the so many youths that have been volunteering. So the clarification that I'm seeking from you is that how many are you employing from other centers, aside from those that were at the epicenter, that is the Heroes Stadium? How many are you employing in terms of numbers from other centers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important question. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that the 825 professional health workers who volunteered, whose names have come out, what we are calling phase 1, may not be the complete picture. What do I mean? I'm aware that there are some provinces, like the Copper Belt, for example, they had 19 volunteers, I think from Mundola and Kitwe. I know that number because from day one, the provincial director did indicate to me that they had about 19. I also know that there are some districts, maybe Luangwa district here in Osaka province, for example, that had Luangwa, but those names were not forwarded. So there's what we call the phase 2, and phase 2 will be to look at those districts that may have been omitted or provinces that may have been omitted, because we have demanded not just a list of names, because what's happening is that people are giving us a list of volunteers. Yes, they're volunteers, but they're not cholera volunteers. And most people don't know what was the criteria for a cholera volunteer. We know at the ministry. And the provincial health directors, they understand. So people are going there telling them, oh, no, this one volunteered, that one volunteered. But the provincial health directors will not send a name as a cholera volunteer because they know the criteria. Because they themselves know that this is a presidential directive. And any mistake from them, once they are caught, they will lose their job. So they will not take a risk to support a member of parliament or any other member who will go to them and say, no, this one volunteered, or just add this person on the list. What many people don't know, that the very day the president made that announcement, all provinces were visited by the office of the president to validate what they had as of that same day when that announcement was made. Some of us were even worried thinking that those people give us a very complicated list. And they were told. So for example, Copper Belt, they were visited and told the same night, can you give us the list of your volunteers tonight? They, oh, no, wait for tomorrow. They said, no, there's no tomorrow. These are volunteers that you have for the last 3 months. So where are the names? Ah, no, here. Those are the names that were forwarded in Lusaka. So we have the name in Lusaka of all the volunteers who worked up to that date when the president made the directive. So that's why you're finding you're having difficulties to squeeze in any new names. So just wait for the 4,000. We'll consider your people. Thank you.
The last member, the honorable member for Kafulafuta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the privilege to ask a question. But I think it will be on the flip side of the coin. Honorable Minister, apart from the people that volunteered during the epidemic, what has government done for those substantive employees who worked in cholera centers? If the excuse is nothing was given to them because they are already employed, what explanation do we have for army personnel and police officers who go for peacemaking, yet they still get benefits besides their salaries? What has government done for those employees who are substantive but worked in cholera centers? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. If somebody is a health worker who is on a salary and there's an outbreak of a disease, those who are trained in that particular field are called upon to go and do their normal, that's the normal duty of work. But how they work is taken into account. And that's why we have a process of promotions and such kind of things. So for now, really, that is all we have been able to do, is that those that work hard and those that risk their lives, but they're in service, from every year, I mean yearly, they are considered either for promotions and maybe during Labor Day, they are recognized. Those are the kind of things we do. So we do not want to set a precedence where we say those who work as health workers in the cholera centers must be treated differently from those who work in the TB section or in the pediatric section or those who work on the streets sensitizing the communities. It's all part of the work. And as much as they are appreciated, they are not treated differently from the other categories of health workers. Thank you.
Thank you. We make progress. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 76. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. Question 321.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Stephen Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu Parliamentary Constituency, is asking the Minister of Energy 2 questions. A, what urgent measures the government is taking to restore operations that have for the past 1 week been shut down at the Shiwangandu Mini Hydropower Station in Shiwangandu District?
thereby adversely affecting operations at health facilities and disrupting economic activities in Muchinga province? And B, what the cause of the shutdown is? Madam Speaker, answer to question A. Shwangandu Hydropower Station is a 1 megawatt. It consists of 2 by 0.5 megawatts units located in Shwangandu district and supplies power to customers in the area and interconnected to the national grid through a 33 kV line. The power station was shut down for repairs and maintenance of the common canal that delivers water from the reservoir to the powerhouse for generation. The mitigation measure that government undertook during the power outage was that the customers that receive power from Shwangandu Power Station were supplied from the national grid through the 33 kV power evacuation line. It is also imperative to note that Shwangandu only has one in-comer line. Therefore, when the line goes off, it means that the whole area will have no power. To this end, the power station was shut down from 4th March 2024, and concrete walls to the common canal repairs were completed within 2 days. The concrete walls to the common canal, however, required a minimum of 2 weeks in order to cure before it could be given light loading to allow one generator unit to be put back into operations. On 20th March 2024, one unit has been put back to service, and the area will not experience load shedding. However, any power outages noted in the past week could be associated with load shedding that ZESCO implemented on the 11th of March 2024 for the whole country. Answer to question B. You may wish to note that this was a planned power outage as the power station was shut down for repair and maintenance of the common canal that delivers water from the reservoir to the powerhouse for the power generation. Madam Speaker, submit.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I can acknowledge that some works have been done. And I'm reliably informed that one of the turbines is on, of course, and a few social facilities have been reconnected to the power supply. May I know when the next turbine will equally be completed so that we can have the complete 1 megawatt supply to the other areas that benefit from that mini hydro power generation facility? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, I haven't got information as to when the other unit is going to be put on service. However, the one unit of 0.5 megawatt is adequate to cover the whole of Shwangandu. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for your responses. Honorable Minister, you've stated that there are works being carried out on the canal. I want to find out from you, is this a routine preventive maintenance, or was there a fault in the canal? And what led to this fault? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, the works to the canal, it was not a routine maintenance. It was as a result of the cracked walls, which are concrete, and that's why they had to shut down the operation. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, the Minister said the one turbine can cater for a few facilities in Shwangandu. But you may wish to know that there are other areas in Impika, such as Mukungure Chiefdom, and all the areas surrounding that area that are now been out of power supply. When you say the areas won't be affected by power rationing, may I know what you imply? Because as I speak, there were some areas like the central CBD of Shwangandu at the Boma, which hasn't had power for some time because of the power rationing. So may I know which areas will not be affected by that power rationing you have alluded to? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, the information I've got is that the one unit is adequate to supply power to all areas in Shwangandu. If there's no power currently, then that could be attributed to the load shedding that was implemented by ZESCO, as I made.
The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask a clarification and perhaps a follow-up question to the Minister responsible for energy. Honorable Minister, in your response, you've used the word shutdown. Now, from my little experience, a shutdown is a planned activity. You recognize a problem, and then you decide for this period we'll do maintenance, and then you implement that activity. And I do recall that even from my little experience in the mining sector, a shutdown is a common activity. What I would want to find out from you, Minister, given that the fault was identified that during this period we need to put in place corrective measures, is there no assurance that has to be provided to people before you implement a shutdown of introducing a standby unit? You can put it on a vehicle, drive it into Shwangandu. 500 watts is not a big machine. I want to find out from you, Minister. Wasn't there any standby unit that was taken into Shwangandu, or is there such intention in future? Because there will be another shutdown in future, because the shutdown is a planned activity. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Honorable, for that question. Madam Speaker, I had already indicated that Shwangandu is connected to the grid. When the plant was shut down, there was power that came through the national grid and it was servicing Shwangandu, as I've made.
The Honorable Member for Lufubu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it was not a routine maintenance. There was a crack, which means for it to get to that extent, it had taken long without being worked on. And this we are not just seeing it in Shwangandu. Even here in Lusaka, I think there's been a lot of inconveniences because maybe the pole lines are rotten, and these companies that are working are responsible of these activities. What have they been doing this long that this time it should happen like it's at the same time? Is there no deliberate or maintenance program to make sure that you don't get to this extent where you shut down completely? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that question. Madam Speaker, I think I had stated before in this House that there was no investment into repair. There was no money that was put back into ZESCO for maintenance works. That is why we see all these problems cropping up now. Because the Shwangandu hydropower was commissioned somewhere 2012, 2013. So it's 10 years down the line. I don't think there was much maintenance that was carried out on this particular plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
question number 322.
The Acting Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chinga Mewtu, as Honorable Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central, Chinga Mewtu, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Information and Media the following questions. When the government will rehabilitate the Zanis offices in Kalabo? B, what short-term measures the government is putting in place to ensure a conducive working environment in those offices while awaiting rehabilitation works? The answer to question A, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that Zanis offices in the provinces are housed under the District Commissioner's Office. Kindly note that the budgetary allocation for its activities, such as rehabilitation of offices, is included in the provincial budgets. Madam Speaker, currently there are no plans to rehabilitate the Zanis Kalabo offices. However, my ministry will engage both the provincial administration and district offices on the way forward. Question B. Madam Speaker, my ministry will engage the provincial administration to consider allocating an alternative conducive working environment for Zanis Kalabo officers until a permanent solution is found. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is well known that the Zanis office in Kalabo does not have a permanent structure of its own. And even that structure, which is being used by Zanis, it was a product of the former company which should have made the Kalabo Mong Road. Also, Madam Speaker, it is known that district Zanis offices are not well funded. Owing to the fact that the minister is saying that Zanis is covered under the district commissioner's office, is there any, any instruction then to make sure that Zanis office is covered in the renovation program by the district administration? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you may note that issues pertaining to rehabilitations of government infrastructure are historical. The new Dawn administration is embarking on ensuring that a number of government infrastructure are rehabilitated. It is in the interest of all of us to ensure that we look after public properties. We, as a New Dawn administration, will ensure whenever money is available, we look after these infrastructures and rehabilitate them. And this includes the facilities for Zanis throughout the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Acting Minister responsible for information, in your response you indicate that government has no plans to undertake rehabilitation of this facility, which our Zanis officers are using at the moment. And you indicate that immediately plans are put in place, then you will be able to advise. I wanted to find out, and unfortunately maybe you may not have these figures with you. When we were approving the 2024 national budget, was there provision under your ministry for resources to build modern Zanis offices in districts where there are no ZANIS offices, and whether Kalabo was covered in that program. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question relates to rehabilitation and not construction of new offices.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Kawambwa.
Question number 323, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. We have an acting minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member, Honorable Changwa, asked the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, A, when the construction of the Kasomeno-Mwendo Road connecting Zambia and the DRC will commence, and B, whether the financial closure of the project has been attained, and C, what the estimated time frame for completion of the project is. Madam Speaker, our responses are as follows. A, the construction of the Kasomeno-Mwendo Road connecting Zambia and the DRC is scheduled to commence on April 1, 2024. B, financial closure is yet to be attained. The deadline for attainment of the same is scheduled for March 31, 2024. And C, the time frame for the completion of the project has been set at 3 years, with operation and maintenance having been set at 22 years. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kawambwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister stated that construction is set to begin on the 1st of April 2024, which is about 11 days from now. And he has also stated that financial closure is yet to be reached. How is it possible that construction can start before financial closure? Madam Speaker, I need his serious clarification on that issue. I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
I think in my response, I said that the financial closure is yet to be attained. The deadline for the financial closure is 31st March 2024. I also stated that the construction is scheduled for April 1. So in March, you are supposed to conclude your documentation, and in April, the construction commences. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand as Minister of Agriculture, he may not appreciate the processes in the construction industry. Madam Speaker, when you begin the financial closure, this is a process of agreeing the repayment period, the loaning period between the funder and the contractor. Once you have agreed, then you move to signature. After you sign, the funds then are released with a guaranteed period. Then you have the mobilization period for you to move on site, to organize your
Point of
and the
order.
rest.
What is the question?
Point of order.
Thank you,
Since you haven't started asking the question, there's an indication for a point of order by the Honorable Minister of Health. The Honorable Minister of Health, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry to our colleague. I'm not in the habit of raising point of order. But is the Honorable Member of Pambashe in order? Standing orders to do with this order of appearance, Madam. You recall last time we agreed here that we must not go beyond a certain kilowatt weight into obesity. At that time, his tummy was manageable. Now, if you look at him, Madam Speaker, his tummy is almost hitting the floor. The bill for health is increasing. Is he in order as a member of parliament not to lead by example so that he can control his eating and his lifestyle? I seek your serious ruling.
I'm sure that was on a lighter moment. However, if the minister feels that the honorable member for Pambashi is heading in a danger zone, I think he can invite him to the office and give him professional advice on the same. The honorable member for Pambashi, you can now ask your question.
Madam Speaker, I want to confirm to the minister, I am very healthy. My sugar levels, the maximum I attain is 5. And my BP is 120 by 70. And I am very healthy in all aspects of life. Very fit.
Thank you for that confirmation. You may go ahead with your question.
Madam Speaker, there is a process of mobilization. And Minister, how possible is it that the financial closure has not yet been reached by the possible financial that the project can commence on the 1st of April, bearing in mind that this project, we signed for it in 2015, and this contractor, Jed Africa, has been pushing on bringing in the financial from 2015 to date. How certain are you that you are not, it is not being frustrated by those people that are benefiting from Kasumbalesa with fear that once that line opens up, they will lose business because Kasumbalesa is under PPP? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Without risking personal debate, I would like the honorable member to know that I'm actually an economist, and therefore I know exactly what I'm talking about. Madam Speaker, this discussion commenced in 2016, and there have been several extensions on the program because the developer has been asking for time in which they can discuss the financial arrangements of the program from 2016. The reason why the program has not started is because of the developer asking for extensions. And he has finally been given an extension to agree on all the financing arrangements that they should be done by the 31st of this month. Once everything is done, it is expected that the developer who should be ready should commence work. Madam Speaker, you cannot have a better explanation than that. Any other thing will be an assumption. I am defining what has been agreed on. So let us ask questions which are straight to the point and not try to belabor the respondent, in this case myself. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. There was an indication for a point of order from this side and this side. But my advice, honorable members, we are still dealing with this question. If we are not clear, please let's make use of the opportunity to ask the question for more clarifications. We can go this side. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order concerning order number 65B. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Pambashe stood on the podium and asserted that Kasumbalesa, which is on a concession, may get some people who are getting privileges from there and frustrate the efforts of what is on the table. Madam Speaker, is the honorable member, in order to mislead the House, that Kasumbalesa is under concession, which expired some time back and it is in government hands, and government has got interest to make sure that all borders, trade facilitation, which sits under my ministry, is enhanced and done in a sober manner to engage, to support economic activity? Is he in order to stand and mislead the House that the operators of Kasumbalesa may frustrate the efforts and it is under concession when it is not under concession? I submit, Madam Speaker, and seek your serious ruling.
Thank you. As far as I'm concerned, honorable members, when we are saying something on the floor of this House, let us be very sure so that we do not mislead the people that are listening to this program. Let's have that responsibility of confirming what we are saying is the truth, so that the people are well informed out there. That is my guide. Let us go that way. The honorable member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, the issue under discussion is the private-public partnership project for the road that has to be done with a bridge and accompanying infrastructure. And I picked the question from Honorable MP for Kawambwa on when the project will start, and the answer was that it will start on 1st April. Acting Minister of Infrastructure, has there been any mobilization that has taken place in readiness for the commencement of this project? Today is the 21st of March, and we're remaining with 9 days before the financial closure. And your answer indicates that 1st April construction will start. May I get a clarification if there's any mobilization that has taken place so that we have the assurance that works will start on 1st April? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might not have the actual detail of whether there is mobilization or not, but what I have are facts on paper that after several extensions that the developer has been given, he has been told that your extension is up to the end of the month, and the following month, start your work. That is what I can confirm. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, following your statement, firstly, that road will be very beneficial to my constituency because it will pass through Chipiri, Mambirima. Now, looking at this contractor who is going to do this work under PPP, he has been pushing dates, and this coming month, it's likely that he can push for another date. What is it that you have put on the table now so that it seems that this man, this contractor, is not ready? He might have failed to find money to start this project. What measure are you going to put so that my people of GP, they are listening? They forget about this project. Thank you, Madam.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will respond in detail to that question. The developer initially had a cost of $180 million US. As we are standing now, the project is estimated at $222 million. Yes, the road is one where you're supposed to finance, design, build, operate, and manage it. It is a road which will have 345 meters cable-styled bridge. it is going to have a one-stop border post infrastructure on either side of the bridge and toll plazas on either side. To assume whether this man has money or not, I indicated that anything beyond what I've given will be an assumption. Madam Speaker, I cannot stand as a minister to start answering assumptions. I give facts which I have on paper. And what I have is that the concessionaire, the developer has been given up to the 31st, which is this month. If he doesn't, I think the government will know what to do. But he has been given up to the 31st, and he has been told the following month, you work. Anything beyond that, I am not in a position to answer. I will only answer what is factual and on paper. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I'll get to the last two, Mwansabombwe and Kawambwa. The Honorable...
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. What will happen if the financial closure is not reached with this same finance I submit?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Looking at the history of this work, 2016, this is 2024, I want to believe you said that there will be a cancellation of the program, or indeed you will be given another extension. I would not speculate on that. I thank you.
Thank you. I will allow one more member since the road is passing through that constituency. For now, the Honorable Member for Kawambwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister in his response stated that, he may correct me, that the project was initially budgeted for over $600 million, and he has also stated that now this cost has come to around $200 million. Has anything fundamentally changed to bring the cost of a road, a bridge? Madam Speaker, this is not a bridge that is going over a stream. This is a bridge, Madam Speaker, which is crossing the Luapula River. Luapula River, like the Zambezi River, are two of the biggest rivers in Zambia. Has anything fundamentally, structurally changed? Because, Madam Speaker, let me share a bit of information which I have on this project. The developer, Jade Africa, were mobilizing $200 million on their own, but that money was not sufficient. So they went to financiers to raise the additional $400 million so that the project can become viable. I thought I should just put this on the table. Has anything fundamentally changed on this road project to bring the cost of this massive project? You also mentioned that it's going to have two one-stop border facilities on both sides of the river, which also gobbles a lot of money. Has anything fundamentally changed to how this project will be undertaken and also to the structure of this road project as well as the bridge? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unless I didn't hear Honorable Chilangwa very well, actually the figure has increased, Honorable Chilangwa. The initial figure was 180 million, and currently it is gone up to 222 million. So it has not dropped, it has actually gone up. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mambirima.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Madam Speaker, you will do well to note that I am the custodian of the Kasome-Nomwenda Road project in Mambirima constituency. Madam, I would like to find out if the contractors for this project have already been picked. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I think it goes without saying that if we are talking of financial closure, surely there is a party that has been identified. I thank you.
Thank you. Notice of motion, the Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, OACPS Parliamentary Assembly, and the first session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States and the European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, OACPS EU JPA, which was held from the 17th to the 21st of February 2024 in Luanda, Angola.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Kafulafuta. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OACPS European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Luanda, Angola from 17th to 21st February 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 18th March 2024. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 146 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, I rise to give a statement on the Zambia's participation in the aforementioned meetings. Members may wish to note that the meetings were the first to be held under the Samoa Agreement, which was signed in November 2023, following the expiry of the Cotonou Agreement of 2000. Therefore, the sessions were essentially constitutive in nature, meaning they were mainly aimed at electing members of the Bureau, which is responsible for making decisions on behalf of the OACPS EU. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that the Zambian delegation, which has been consistent in attending the meetings, also successfully participated in the 64th session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the ACP EU JPA. The delegation was comprising of the following: Honorable Malungo H. Sangano, our first Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Ms. Siveso K. Sefulo, MP, Zambia Substantive Representative to the ACP EU JPA, and the Leader of Delegation, Mr. Honorable Jeffrey Molevwan, MP, Mr. Anthony Mumba, MP, Mr. Clement Andeleki, MP, Mr. Sande Chanda, MP, His Excellency Mr. Sylvester Mdanda, Ambassador of the Republic of Zambia to the Benelux and the EU, Mr. Stephen Kawimbe, the Deputy Clerk, Corporate Affairs of the National Assembly of Zambia, Mrs. Constance Beach Wende, First Secretary for Politics and Administration.
Order. The Honorable Member for Mbabala, please don't give me your back as you relocate. You may continue, Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. I was saying the other member that participated was Mrs. Constance Beach Wende, First Secretary for Politics and Administration, Zambian Embassy in Brussels, and also our parliamentary support staff. In addition, the delegation was supported by staff from the Zambian Embassy in Angola, led by His Excellency Mr. Lawrence Ngumana, Ambassador of the Republic of Zambia to the Republic of Angola. Madam Speaker, it is my sincere hope that the members have already perused through the report, and I will therefore just highlight the salient issues contained in the report. Madam Speaker, at the onset, allow me to indicate that the 64th session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly and the first OACPS EU-JPA were held under the theme, A New Dawn in the OACPS EU Relations, a people-led partnership. In addition, let me state the fact that under the previous Cotonou Agreement, the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly was meeting as one organ. However, in the new Samoa Agreement, OACPS Parliamentary Assembly was split into regional assemblies as follows: the African Regional Assembly, the Caribbean Regional Assembly, and the Pacific Regional Assembly. The thrust for establishing regional assembly was to enable each region to deal with their own peculiar challenges within the region. Therefore, in line with the regional assemblies, each assembly elected members to belong to the Bureau. Africa, as a regional assembly, was further divided into 4 regions named Southern, Central, East, and West Africa. From each of the 4 regions of Africa, 1 representative was elected to represent the region in the Bureau. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to announce to the House that Zambia was elected to be the representative of the Bureau for Southern Africa. In this regard, Zambia is expected to represent the interests of Southern Africa in the Regional Assembly Bureau and the Africa in the OACPS Bureau. On this score, Madam, I'm confident to state Zambia's participation in these meetings was extremely successful. Madam Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that electing members to the Bureau, the meeting had opportunity to discuss pertinent issues around the following topics: gender-based violence, the fight to protect women and girls during the Women's Conference, promoting youth employment and entrepreneurship during the Youth Conference, and 2 keynote debates without resolution. This is to access reliable and affordable sustainable energy in Africa. Suffice to mention that all the above topics were discussed with the content of the theme. For example, on the aspects to access reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy in Africa, emphasis was placed on ensuring that the people had access to energy rather than pushing for transitioning to clean energy sources. In essence, the debate dwelt on the fact that while transitioning and sustainable energy resources was important, it was more important to ensure
Honourable
access.
members, I think we can lower our voices further so that we are able to get the report. Let's lower our voices. The Honourable Member for Mwandi, you may continue.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. So, for example, on the aspect of access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy in Africa, emphasis was placed on ensuring that people had access to energy rather than pushing for transitioning to clean energy sources. In essence, the debate dwelt on the fact that while transitioning to sustainable energy sources was important, it is more important to ensure access to energy regardless of the sources. From the foregoing, it is clear that the debate resonated with the theme of the meeting. Madam Speaker, having stated the above, allow me to briefly discuss the priority areas of the new Samoa Agreement, which will be the basis for the OACPS EU relation. There are 6 priority areas for the Samoa Agreement, but due to time, I'll only discuss the 3, namely human rights, democracy and good governance, peace and security, and human and social development. With regard to human rights, Madam Speaker, democracy and good governance, the parties to the agreement have committed to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling human rights, they be civil, political, economic, social, or cultural. However, on the contentious issue of sexual orientation, the agreement respects existing national laws. In addition to International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action, the Beijing Platform on Gender Equality, and their follow-up negotiated agreement, Article number 36. On peace and security, the agreement reflects other frameworks and agreements mainly in Africa, where the EU is a major player in the area of security. In this domain, expenditure with military and defense implications can now be funded for all the 3 ACP sub-regions through the African Peace Facility into the European Peace Facility, the EPF. Regarding human and social development, the provisions of the agreement covers education, health, sanitation, food security, and social cohesion, and these will initially make up the mutual agreements to development cooperation between the EU and the ACP countries. Madam Speaker, following the successful participation of the Zambian delegation in the aforementioned meetings, the delegation wishes to highlight the following recommendations. The Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, is urged to organize a half-day sensitization workshop for members of Parliament on the provisions of the Samoa Agreement and its implications to Zambia. Madam Speaker, the workshop could also focus on the roles the parliamentarians play in ensuring effective implementation of the agreement, and also considering that Zambia will be representing Southern Africa in the Bureau. It is being recommended that management facilitates for a meeting for Southern Africa so that members within the region can engage either on the sidelines of the OSCPS EU or separately on the issues peculiar to Southern Africa, which can be held or tabled during the Bureau meetings. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to place on record my gratitude to your office and the Office of the Clerk for facilitating our travel to Luanda, and allow me to express my sincere thanks to all the members of the delegation to the 64th OSCPS Assembly and ACP EU JPA for their support and commitment. Finally, I'll be failing in my duties if I do not recognize and thank the Zambian Embassy in Angola and the Embassy of Brussels, led by the Excellencies Mr. Lawrence Chalungumana and Mr. Sylvester Mundanda, Ambassador of the Republic of Zambia and Angola, and to the Benelux and the EU respectively, for ensuring that we participated in the meetings effectively. Madam Speaker, with those words, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kafulafuta.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to second this motion, which was ably moved by Honorable Sylvester Sefula. In seconding the motion, allow me to reiterate the fact that the OSCPS/EU is an important platform that provides members of Parliament from member states to have an input into relations between the EU and the OSCP states. Suffice to indicate that EU support to OSCP states will be based on Samoa Agreement framework and available to member states who have signed up to the agreement. Therefore, members participating in these meetings will enable us to provide effective oversight on some agreements that will be made with government under the Samoa Agreement. In view of the foregoing, it is imperative that National Assembly of Zambia, as it has always been, to have effective representation during the OSCPS-EU meetings. The mover ably discussed three thematic areas of Samoa Agreement. Allow me to highlight the other three, namely inclusive, sustainable economic growth and development, environmental sustainability and climate change, and migration and mobility. With regard to inclusive, sustainable economic growth and development, the negotiations focused on the establishment of economic partnership agreements, in brackets, EPS. However, some SCP states, mostly in Africa, raised serious reservations about the EPAs, fearing they could hinder industrial development. The agreement reaches a compromise of acknowledging the importance of concluding trade agreements, not necessarily APAs. Pertaining to environmental sustainability and climate change, it is worth indicating that the EU and the ACP countries have long shared common concerns and objectives in these matters. In the negotiated agreement, the provisions on environmental sustainability and climate change span 8 articles of negotiated agreement, much more detailed than in the Cotonou Agreement. In addition, the environment, sustainable management of natural resources and climate change are key areas of cooperation in all 3 regions, regional corporate protocols, I beg your pardon, which detail specific changes. Lastly, on migration and mobility, the agreement provides for dialogue and cooperation in matters of both legal and illegal migration, including return and readmissions. The above priority areas are pertinent and respond to the changes that affect Zambia as well. For example, the issue of environmental sustainability and climate change is critical, particularly at the time because we are currently witnessing the effects of climate change through the drought that is threatening food security and negatively affecting energy production. It is therefore important that we consistently work together through the platform of the OACPS-EU JPA to provide solutions that will address the changes that our country is facing. With those few remarks, I beg to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Just a reminder, when the honorable member is seconding a motion, it's advised that we do not read, we summarize or refer to the notes as we give the report. Any further debate? The honorable member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, I wish to sincerely appreciate the chance to make my comments on this report, which my honorable colleague wishes to be adopted by this Assembly. And let me recognize the mover and the seconder. Madam Speaker, from the outset, I would like to indicate that I don't support the adoption of this report for what its contents has revealed to me. I have read this short report of 13 pages, and I would like to highlight a few things. Page 1, introduction. Zambia was represented by a delegation led by Honorable Malungo H. Sangano MP, first Deputy Speaker. The other members of the delegations were 1, Ms. Siveso K. Sefulo MP, 2, Mr. Anton Mumba MP, 3, Mr. Sande Chanda MP, 4, Mr. Clement Andeleki MP, 5, Mr. Jeffrey Mulevwa MP. Madam Speaker, On the basis of this introduction, I quickly observe that the first deputy speaker was the leader of delegation. This report on page 9 has been signed under the hand of Mrs. Siveso K. Sefulo MP, leader of delegation. Madam Speaker, I actually thought you were the leader of this delegation. Secondly, Madam Speaker, why I do not support the adoption of this report is when you look at page 3 to page 7, where the meetings took place, or which meetings took place, all the meetings were constitutive. There were only 2 forums, the forum for women and the forum for youths. And I've looked at the delegation members. No single member came from the Committee on National Guidance and Gender Matters. No delegation member came from the Committee from Youths, which represents the youths. Now, you have a delegation leaving the country to go to a meeting where there are only 2 forums, a forum on women and a forum on youths. And in your delegation, there is no one from these committees. No one. Others are even masquerading as delegation leaders. Madam Speaker, at a time when there are so many issues concerning women.
Order, honorable member. I think the word masquerading, can you please withdraw it and use another word?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you can imagine when you are a delegation leader, and then another member thinks was a delegation leader and signs a report, which report is even brought to the floor of the House. It's annoying. It's very annoying. I withdraw masquerading. Maybe she thought she was not masquerading. Madam Speaker, I was saying, this is the time when there's so much issues to do with women in this country. GBV, poverty, women queuing up for meal meal, women having serious problems to ensure they cater for their families, and you have a forum which is discussing matters of this nature. Then the system decides all these members in the Committee on Women cannot come here to discuss these matters. They will not come to be able to learn best practices of solving women problems. You just bring other people. For this reason, I am unable to support the adoption of this report. Madam Speaker, youths, look at youth unemployment in this country. Look, Madam Speaker, what problems the young people are facing. Okay? And somebody saying the youths you left. I've not left any youth. Okay, I've not left anyone. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of that member who is saying the youths I left. As a matter of fact, I've got a proper CV. Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, just concentrate on your debate.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I have broad ears. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. As I concentrate on this debate, I want to put it on record that the young people in this country are having serious challenges. Challenges, Madam Speaker, which require solutions. And forums such as this can be a channel of providing solutions if the system is serious, if the system has got capacity to recognize its own architecture. In this sense, Madam Speaker, there is no recognition of the architecture of the parliamentary system, which, of course, many people complained about this configuration of committees. But if you are there, like I'm the chairman for gender, I'm already there. There's nothing I can do. Madam Speaker, I have to be a part of solution making for the women in this country. Madam Speaker, I know I may not be liked. I may not be liked even by some, system administrators. That's okay. But I was elected.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know that you chairman.
Honorable member. You can take your seat,
Thank
Honorable
you, Madam.
Member. There is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I'm listening attentively to Honorable speaking. But is he in order to show his anger in this chamber in the manner he is, to be so angry towards a woman for that matter? Are you in order, Madam Speaker, through you, to be so angry as if you can even fight? Would he be smiling when talking, Madam Speaker? As my cousin, I'm very disappointed with you.
Order, Honorable Members, order. Well, I don't know whether the Honorable Member is annoyed. The Honorable Member, I don't know, maybe don't try to be so annoyed. Just debate in a friendlier way so that the people can also enjoy the debate. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, let me assure the Honourable Minister for Agriculture that I am happy to be the chairman for the Committee on National Guidance and Gender Matters. And also to inform him that not all women, even in this chamber, are part of that committee. I'm talking about the Committee on National Guidance and Gender Matters. So you may point at a woman wearing red. She's not a member of that committee. Madam Speaker, the chairman for the Committee on Youths, even if you don't like him, for God's sake, but there is a forum talking about youths, I think it doesn't make sense. However, it may make sense to some other people. It may make sense to some other people, but I'm saying I want to see a member of a Committee on National Guidance and Gender Matters who will support the adoption of this committee. I want to see a member from the Committee of Youths who will support the adoption of this committee. I want to see a member of Parliament who will support the adoption of this committee, which is signed by the leader of delegation, who was not the leader of delegation. Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member. I think when you are debating,
yes, Madam,
it's you as an individual.
Yes.
Don't try to bring in other members to be on your side. So you just say what you believe in, you yourself,
yes, Madam,
minus the other members from the Committee on Youth and National Guidance. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, it is me who is thinking, and it is me who observe which member from this committee. It is me who is going to observe which member of Parliament can accept that you lead, Madam, you lead the delegation. Somebody comes inside and says, I was the leader of delegation. I want to see that. It is me. I want to see that. However, Madam Speaker, I will end by saying, by reiterating, that in future, when delegations are being considered, the system must be more logical than this. For me, I find this embarrassing. For me, I find it extremely embarrassing, and frankly speaking, I am unable to tender any support to this report. Madam Speaker, I wish to submit.
The Honorable Member for Mitete.
It's on the point of order, Madam Speaker.
There is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Mitete, what is the point of order?
Standing order number 146, report on parliamentary delegation. A leader of a parliamentary delegation or a member of the delegation on behalf of the leader of the delegation shall table a report on the activities of the international conference the delegation attended abroad. Madam Speaker, instead of debating the content,
the Honorable Member of Parliament was now just interrogating the House. Meanwhile, here it says, even on behalf of. Was he in order to bring the House, your House, when this standing order is here, Madam Speaker, that the House can have any other member for that delegation? Was he in order now to start instructing the House and attacking the House? Based on this standing order, I seek your serious ruling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think the standing order is very clear. It's very, very, very clear. Standing Order 146. It says a leader of a parliamentary delegation or a member of the delegation on behalf of the leader of the delegation shall table a report on the activities of the international conference the delegation attended to. There isn't much to say, so the honorable member actually was out of order. It's straightforward. It's there in the standing orders. We can move forward. Let's make progress. Sorry. The honorable member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity to debate in support of this very important report. Madam Speaker, I do not need to be a woman to speak on women issues. I don't need to be a youth to speak on youth issues. When I did my primary school, I was taught that a misunderstanding is understanding the one who was misunderstood. Madam Speaker, the Assembly of Nations as we gathered in Angola was critical in the sense that we looked at an agenda that spoke to the need for... Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable member. Order. The point of order will be attended to after tea break. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes for that health break. And just before the suspension of business, it was Kanchivia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda, who was debating the motion that was moved by Madam Siveso Sefulo. This was on the motion, adopt the report of the parliamentary delegation, that the House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OSCPS, European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, held in Luanda, Angola from 17th to 21st of February 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 10th March 2024. It was seconded by Kafulafuta Member of Parliament, Mr. Geoffrey Mulova. And we've seen quite a number of people debating. We saw Lunte Member of Parliament debating Matimba.
Yes, President. And when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker did make one announcement in which she recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mandola Trust School in Dola District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
Madam Speaker, did permit the Minister of Health, this is Honorable Sylvia Masebo, to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was regard the recruitment of volunteers from various cholera treatment centers countrywide into civil service. And we did see after that ministerial statement members of parliament posing follow-up questions seeking clarity from the minister, and the House proceeded to consider the questions for oral answer.
Yes, one question for oral answer, understanding order 76, and 2 questions for oral answer, understanding order 74. And so we'll be able to share with you the details later on. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
Julian Inyemba, those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Lucius Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of 2, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Luwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted, I got a transfer. I went to Zambia Secondary School where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Mwense District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia, and then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu in 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because I've gone there as an example to them. I come from a rural area, I was born there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even go for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in Chifunabuli, especially in the growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the white fathers, They developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated, but I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating for all the parents to be taking their children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them so that we work together as a team. We shouldn't only be looking at men. I've done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are keeping goats, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work and then to have self-discipline. Tumwebe nangumbo banamayo na batata nemisepela chentubombele pamo insala nindi minwa tempulirwa chentubomfya menshile satupele chentubomfya nomushili usumole satupele kuchifunabuli ifwenga kwali babashuka ifwefwebe na chifunabuli twalikwata mensha yengi twalikwata nomushili usuma wotwingali mamwe filimwa fya kweba tumwaka wonse tuleli okwa buloko bulwa.
My full name is Tacharoyotam, Member of Parliament for Chama North. Actually, this is my first term in office. I'm married to a beautiful lady, Beauty Kaluva, and we have got 4 children. I started my grade 1 actually in 1974 at Chama Primary School. From there, I went briefly to Chipata, Feni, where I did my grade 6. That was 1981. After that, I went to Sairi Primary School. That was in Chipata, in Paramount Chief Mpezeni's area, where I did my grade 7. That was 1982. From 1983, I was selected to go to Chama Boys Secondary School. So I did my secondary education at Chama Secondary School from 1983 to 1989. And I think someone would ask to say, but why did you take 7 years? It happened that in grade 11, 1986, there was a protest at school over poor diet. So I was expelled from school. But I fought very hard, and the minister at that time, Honorable Basil Kaumehiso, rest in peace, was the Minister of General Education and Culture at that time, reinstated me, and I went back to Chama Secondary School and completed the 2 years later. I think after I completed my grade 12 in 1989, I started as an untrained teacher in Chama Kapchirasenga Primary School before I migrated to the Copper Belt for greener pasture. And in 1990, I joined the Zambia Electricity Supply Corporation, ZESCO. And while at ZESCO, I think I got interested in the trade union movement. I started as a shop steward. I rose through the structures from shop steward to the position of General Secretary of the National Energy Sector and the Allied Workers Union. My constituency is in Eastern Province. I think some few years ago it was in Mchinga Province, but in the first place it was in Eastern Province. But when President Sata became president, he decided to realign Chama to Mchinga. And now President Hakainde Hichilema has decided to take Chama back to Eastern Province. So my constituency is one of the vast constituencies in this country, and which has so many challenges. I was elected on the basis that I should be able to address those challenges our people have been facing. I think Chama has been a Cinderella, one of the Cinderella districts in Zambia since independence. I think the people of Chama have not really they have not received a fair share of the national cake. We have so many challenges. Road network is very, very bad in Chama. However, we are addressing these road challenges, and I'm happy that the New Dawn government has been able to listen to us, and I think something is done in that area. I think people have been crying over the Chama Rundas Road, the people have been crying over Chama Matumbo Road, and I think the New Dawn government, they want to continue where the PF left. So I can assure the people of Chama that the issue of the road network, I think, is being addressed in a more proactive manner. I think the other challenges we have is that electrification. Chama has not benefited from the rural electrification since the inception. However, we engaged the government, and so far I'm happy that Chama North was the first constituency to be visited by the Rural Electrification Authority. So I can assure the people of Chama that I'm working very hard to ensure that at least out of 13 wards, we only have one ward which has electricity, that's Kampemba ward. But very soon I think the people of Chama will be able to also benefit, enjoy the electricity. And I'm happy that ZESCO is working day and night to ensure that Chama is connected to the national electricity grid. I think the other challenges we've been facing there is the issue of water. You know, from independence, our people have been confronted with a lot of challenges. And you see most of our women draw water from crocodile-infested rivers. And every year we record fatalities. And because of that, we have put a radical plan. We are drilling a number of boreholes where we invested a lot of money in the water reticulation. So I'm very confident that before the end of this year, I think the people of Chama, the problem of water, I think, will be resolved very soon. And also the government is also supplementing. They are giving us boreholes. So with also the boreholes from the CDF, I'm sure that the issue of water, our people being killed by reptiles, I think may be a thing of the past. Communication network, there are some wards which don't have communication network. Chivale, that is in Kankawad, Chiruvanama, Mazonde, in Lundu, there is no mobile communication network, and we engage the government. And I'm happy to assure the people of Chama that very soon those areas are going to communication towers will be installed, and I think the government has already done the tendering. I'm very sure that before the end of this year, if communication towers are not installed this year, I'm very sure that in the first half of 2023, the communication towers are going to be installed. Man-animal conflict has been a huge problem for the people of Chama. You know, Chama was classified as a game management area in 1947. So up to this time, the government has not repealed that act. So there is a lot of challenges our people have been facing. People are being killed by animal conflict. Crops, farming products are being eaten by animals. So the situation is quite so desperate. And I want to appeal to the government that I don't think that the animals must have dominion over human beings. I think God created man to have dominion over everything, including animals. But the way it is now, it is very sad that the majority, if you go to Rundas prison, you go to Chinsari prison, a lot of people are in prison from Chama only wildlife related crimes. People are being sentenced 5 years, 10 years imprisonment with hard labor. I want to appeal to this government that I think there's need that we must repeal some of these repressive laws. People are found with just a piece of meat in the home. They are taken to the police, and then they are being jailed for so many years. So I feel that there is a need that the government must put measures to ease man-animal conflict. In the nutshell, I think these are the challenges Chama North is facing, and this is what we are doing. And I think we are using CDF very effectively. we are empowering 101 cooperatives. And in Chama North, we are doing it without segregation. That's why there's no outcry, and I've made sure that this CDF is taxpayers' money. I don't want anyone to be segregated just because I'm a member of parliament from PF, then we only favor PF. That is not there in Chama North. So for me, I'm working well with the UPND and other political parties. We are empowering 101 cooperatives. For the first quarter CDF, we empowered 3 cooperatives. I feel that everyone, each ward, we are distributing grants equitably without segregating at all. And to address the problem of road challenges, we are buying road equipment so that we are able to open up our constituents, because Chama has vast potential in terms of wildlife. We have a lot of minerals there like gypsum, emeralds, which remains unexploited. But if we open the road network, the district is opened, I'm very sure that we are going to attract more investors, especially that Chama is one of the leading districts in terms of rice production in this country. So Chama can feed the whole the whole of this country if at all we are able to address some of these challenges our farmers have been facing. Apart from the CDF, I've said that I've been very proactive in engaging the government. And I'm very proud that in the less than 1 year, in 1 year I've been in office, I explained that already the road development agents, they have advertised the Chama Matumbo Road and Chama Rundazi Road to be developed to bituminous standards under the PPP private-public partnership. And the people of Chama have been crying for this road network from independence. They have lived on broken promises. You see, and I want to pay tribute to the late President Michael Sata. Chama was not the way it is now. When Mr. Sata became president, he changed the face of Chama. That's why today, Mr. Sata is highly glorified in Chama. So, I'm happy that the new Don government wants to continue where the PF left. So, RDA has advertised, and we are hoping that very soon we may have investors so that they can develop that road. And once that road is done, it will open up a lot of economic activity, because the shortest route to the port of Dar es Salaam, the entire eastern province, some district in Malawi, and also in Mozambique. So that road is very critical. The other one, the bridges, and we have managed, at least we have managed, the new Don government has put in the supplementary budget, which we recently approved, on the Kampemba Bridge and the Rwangwa Bridge. And we are pushing that the Minister of Finance can raise those funds so that as quickly as possible these bridges can be constructed. I've also engaged the government on the issue of our men and women.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. At the time, business was being suspended for a 20-minute health break at 16:40 hours.
Mr. Speaker.
Ringing, it seems we don't have a quorum in the House. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business to transact. And so once the quorum is formed, we expect business to resume. And at the time, business was suspended for a 20-minute health break. On the floor of the House was Kanchiria Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda, debating a motion rather, that has been moved by Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Siveso Sefulo, to adopt the report of the parliamentary delegation. And still to come on the order paper, we expect the House to consider the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, which is coming at second reading stage.
And we'll have resumption of the motion. that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. The motion was moved by Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Derison Mungandu. Anytime from now, the quorum will be constituted and the business will resume. Now we cross over to the presiding officer.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the report of the parliamentary delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OACPS European Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Rwanda, Angola, from 17th to 21st February 2024, and the Honourable Member for Kanchibia was debating. May the Honourable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. My apologies.
There is a point of order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the normal practice of this House, if you're part and parcel of the committee or the delegation, you're not supposed to debate. And my colleague, Honorable Sunday Chanda, he was part and parcel of this delegation. I remember when I stood to try and debate on IPU, I was told you were part and parcel of the delegation. So when somebody is part and parcel of the delegation, Mr. Speaker, I think he's not supposed to debate. I seek your serious indulgence.
Thank you, Honourable Member. On the contrary, he's supposed to debate if he's the only member indicating. The rules allow that even if you're part of the delegation and you are the only member that is indicated, you are allowed to debate. So he is allowed, he's in order. So may the Honourable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm debating in proposition. I'm not debating in opposition. In debating this very important report, Mr. Speaker, let me place on record that I'll restrain myself from majoring in the minors. I'll restrain myself from maximizing the minimums. I'll try as much as possible to focus on what formed the core of this particular mission, which I was privileged to be part of. Mr. Speaker, the thrust of this very important assembly focused on trade and how Africa and the EU or the West ought to interface in line with Africa's interests and its industrialization agenda. We are all alive to the fact that the need for us to create jobs, for us to grow the economy, for us to ensure that we fast track the rate at which we provide services for our people, there ought to be consensus that in the global space, as we trade as trade partners, there's been a lot of undercuttings between the West and Africa. Mr. Chairperson, one of the key issues that this assembly focused on was the essence of facilitating economic diversification. Of a matter that was critical for those of us who come from rural areas like I do was the question of energy and the aspect of the environment and especially the carbon markets. Mr. Speaker, you'd wish to know that at the moment the carbon credit markets are estimated to be at $103.8 billion US dollars. We are alive to the fact that the majority of the forests in Africa, in Zambia, in Kanchibia, in Lunte, these forests, Mr. Chairperson or Mr. Speaker, have not yet trickled down the economic benefits to our people beyond firewood and beyond honey and beyond the collection of mushrooms. What this assembly agreed on, Mr. Chairperson, was the need for Africa's forests to begin to benefit from this rich resource we call forests. What happens to those forests in Kanchvia, where our people are described as being poor, and yet they are taking and nurturing a resource whose estimation is said to reach 2.68 trillion by the year 2028. What is Africa's space? What is Zambia's space? What is Kanchvia's space? What is Lunte's space therein? Mr. Chairperson, it is important, therefore, that as we discuss issues of trade, we agree that Africa is rich with resources, but when we get to the negotiating table, it has been said over and over again that though we are rich in terms of resources, we have gotten a raw deal from our resources. So therefore, there was need for African countries such as Zambia to engage with fellow African countries and ensure that in terms of the common challenges, we begin to sharpen our agenda, including sharpening contradictions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also mention that one of the key mandates of the OFCPS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly is to look at the empowerment of youth and women. As I said in my preamble, I don't need to be a youth to speak on youth matters. I don't need to be a woman to speak on women matters. I don't need to be a child to speak on children matters. I don't need to be handicapped physically to speak on the challenges of the handicapped. I represent the people, and the people are inclusive of those, including the youth and the women. And so in terms of the forums on women and children, Mr. Speaker, these were two side events, and not the main core of the agenda, but side events, and these side events were critical in us understanding why we must rally the masses of our young people, why we must rally the masses of the women and ensure that this critical mass is transformed into an economic energy for our agenda as African states. Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Speaker, it has been said that Africa has what it takes to even surpass some of the countries in Europe. But what stands in the way is a lack of technology. So to what extent do we ensure that as we push for technology transfer, this does not come as a raw deal, but we get a sort of technology transfer that allows us to exploit our resources for the benefit of the African people. So, Mr. Chairperson, in proposing and supporting this very important report, allow me to move that those of us in this House who are committed to Africa's industrialization, who commit to Africa's renaissance, we must agree that from time to time, we must meet in the global village of nations and engage those of our colleagues in the West to agree that these are our challenges and these are opportunities in the spirit of give and take. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, allow me to rest my case. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the people of Chiengi to add a very important voice to this. I would like to appreciate the people who attended this conference, namely the Honorable Malungo Echisano, Ms. Sibe Soke Sefulo, Mr. Anton Mumba, Mr. Sande Chanda, Mr. Clement Andeleke, and Mr. Jeffrey Mlebwa.
Order, it's Honorable Chisangano. Honorable Chisangano.
I would like to thank I want to acknowledge the delegation which went to attend this conference, which was led by Honorable Malungo H. Sangano, the MP, First Deputy Speaker, and other members of the delegation were Ms. Sive Sokese Fulo MP, Mr. Anthony Mumba MP, Mr. Chanda Sande Chanda MP, Mr. Clement Andaleki MP, Mr. Jeffrey Mulebwa MP. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that this House will continue to have the same members traveling and attending these when we all need to participate and bring the information back home. Deliberately, I want the nation to listen to this and also to look at the delegation which has gone to Switzerland. Mr. Speaker, how do we participate?
Honorable member, may you take your seat? Are you aware that you are not allowed to debate the House? That includes the members and yourself, including this institution. You are not allowed to do that. That's contemptuous. That is contemptuous. So desist from doing that. If the aim is to bring this institution into disrepute, that won't be allowed. So debate within the context of the report that you have. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to appreciate the people who attended this conference. Mr. Speaker, looking at this report, as for me, as the member of parliament from Chiengi, I feel the people of Chiengi, especially women of this country as well, are being deprived because I expect more women to attend this so that they can bring information to the nation. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about how we can develop our Africa, okay? But when I look at what is have been forbidden to speak about, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, we are heading anywhere. It will be just a rhetoric. It will be just on the document. Mr. Speaker, we need women to participate. We need the youth to participate by equal representation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Good debate. Honorable member for Bambashe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the mover of the report. When I was young, and I hope those who are here would agree that when we talk about majoring in things that we are specialized in, Mr. Speaker, we are not debating ourselves, but I have been privileged to master into trade development and international relations. And I've been honored with a master's degree. So I understand the issues of trade very well. Mr. Speaker, one of the key principles of maturity, it is accepting that divergence views. Then you mature. When I was young, in 1992, I was ordained as an elder. I was ordained in 1992 as a church elder. And I was told, one of the issues you face in society are people of divergent views. And the sign of maturity is accepting divergent views. Then you have matured. And the sign of immaturity is sensitive to public criticism. Then you know that you are not mature. Mr. Speaker, Parliament operates, Zambian parliaments and parliaments in under the Commonwealth countries operates a system of committee. And that is a system we have adopted.
I remember, Mr. Speaker, as we are debating the issue of international trade, of CPA and the Caribbean. We must be able to recognize that we don't represent our personal interest. We represent the interest of the state. And the state, through parliament, has dignified the committees with various specialization. And when those committees sit to view and consider, then they bring report here. 2014, I was elected chairperson for Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources. There was a report to deal with disasters in, yes, the history is important. We must be able to learn to be mature, to accept a critical view. It's a sign of maturity. Mr. Speaker, a report
Honorable
of this
Member
magnitude.
for Babashe, there is a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to raise this very important point of order on the Honorable Member for Pambashe. I rise pursuant to Article 65 of our standing orders. I raise this article especially pertaining to the veracity of the statement he has made on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, I agree with him that when we make statements here, we must be mature, and also when we speak, we reflect and state the truth. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has deliberately not brought to the attention of this House that when the PF were in power, they made sure that no member of the opposition was voted for in the IPU. When the PF was in power, they made sure that none of us who were in the opposition were in CPA. They made sure. Is he implying, Mr. Speaker, that there was no maturity in PF at that time? And because there was no maturity, the immaturity is continuing. How can he now start questioning the precedents which they had set? Unless he must first of all apologize to the House and to the nation for the illegalities and wrong things they did. Is in order to forget the bad things they had done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Order. I think the Honorable Minister has sufficiently debated his point of order. Let's proceed. The Honorable Member on the floor, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my elder brother State Council. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2013, when we went to Canada, Quebec in particular, Honorable J.J. Mwimbu was a deputy vice president for IPU, and we were together in the delegation in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, it is good that we need to speak to the issues that are affecting our youth and the women in Zambia. But fortunately enough, as I stated, Mr. Speaker, we are also pretending over the institution that is charged with the responsibility of managing Parliament through the committee system. Those that have a responsibility to be members of CPA or the Caribbean Pacific automatically are members. But when it comes to the composition attending, it is important to look at specialization for the purpose of this Parliament to benefit during the committee session for best practice. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that we start considering a report. A report is very key. It is talking about women and youth empowerment, economic emancipation, management of forest, and how do the communities benefit in our forest. And this is key, Mr. Speaker. We need to start speaking to these realities as African countries. In the morning, during last time, I was joking with the Minister of Lands, and I told him, the velocity or the foil of African states, we have people that have been convinced to trade in carbon emission, and they are calling it the carbon trade. And they are being told, don't develop. European countries will develop. We shall emit carbon in the air. The African must grow the trees to purify the air, and then we'll give human. Africa must not develop. And we seem to be buying in that idea and thinking we are doing it for the good of our generation, without realizing that we are going backwards 100 years. And these are the challenges that we need to start dealing with. We need to begin identifying specialization in committees as we go, so that as we go to learn, those in legal matters, I know one of your successor, Musa Mwanamwamba, said, this is a university which has no specialization. By the time you live 5 years, you will have attained your master's, but you go out without a paper. But still, we must not lose out the focus of specialization. We need to design people according to their specific function. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want not to support this committee on the basis, and even for the best practice, Mr. Speaker. I am not debating this House, and I'm not debating the chamber, but for the purpose of principles, even in the executive, when the deputy speaker too is leading the delegation touring constituencies, including coming to Mushota Pambashe constituency, there is no way a member of parliament to sign a report as a delegation leader, Mr. Speaker. It is bad in the practice. It is bad management.
Honorable member, I've guided you. We don't debate ourselves.
No, I'm just citing an example, sir.
We don't debate ourselves. Let's just stick to the report. If there's anything that concerns the House, you pretend it's not there, because we don't debate ourselves. The rules say we don't debate ourselves, so let's just stick to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why I cited Mr. Speaker visiting Senior Chief Mushota in the palace. I knew that I didn't want to bring anyone in the report, otherwise I'll be cited for debating ourselves. So I knew that the Speaker will not say you are debating me. Mr. Speaker, on the basis, I find it extremely difficult to support the report that is wrongly before this House, erroneously before this House. Therefore, I don't support this report, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll endeavor to be extremely brief. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking the mover of the motion for laying this very important report on the table of the House. Let me also thank the very able delegation led by the Honorable First Deputy Speaker for representing the country so well at the OACPS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly in Luanda. Mr. Speaker, I will also take the opportunity on behalf of government to congratulate the Zambian delegation for being elected to represent Southern Africa, the Southern African region, on the OACPS EU Bureau. Mr. Speaker, there is an expression that is often used that can best explain what we have before us in terms of the report and some of the debate that we have heard around it. And the expression is, quote, substance over form, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the substance of the report before this Honorable House speaks for itself. And indeed, it does not assist the House or the people of Zambia for that substance to be ignored in preference for alleged procedural impropriety. What we must focus on as a people and as a House that is aimed at giving as a House focus on what this brings to us as a people. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, you will note that there are key areas of cooperation that are contained in the Samoa Agreement, first and foremost, which the report speaks to. And what do we stand to benefit as a country, amongst others, or shall we say, as we do in the legal profession, inter alia? One, the report speaks to trade facilitation. There can be no question, if logic is properly applied, that this continent, this country needs a platform upon which trade with those of our colleagues in the globe that are better placed so as to improve our fortunes. That is the substance of this report, amongst other things. The report speaks to climate change mitigation. It speaks to immigration issues. It speaks to sustainable investment and development. That is substance over form, not which individual was on the delegation, Mr. Speaker. That is not doing justice to those that elected us, but I'll shy away from going further on that path. Mr. Speaker, we have noted as government the concerns or appeal, as it were, of the delegation and indeed of our representatives on the Bureau, to the effect that government must consider hosting the meetings of the Bureau and similar events to the assembly that was held in Luanda. There is also an appeal for funding that has been made in the debate of the mover of the motion. I wish to state that government has taken keen note of these appeals and the concerns raised. And I wish to state that government considers that it is important for the visibility of us as a country, for the visibility of the region and the continent, that indeed such events be supported. Hence taking keen note of that appeal. All in all, Mr. Speaker, the report speaks for itself, and I do not see any reason why we should debate it for a prolonged period. In this regard, I would like to state in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that government wholly and wholesomely supports the report as presented. And therefore, it is our view that the report be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mwandi to wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, thank you so very much Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you so very much for giving me the floor to wind up debate. Let me start with the Honourable Member for Lunte, who I doubt read the report because he went directly just to where the report was signed and did not debate its contents. But let me educate him actually. Honourable Member for Lunte, when I was appointed as a substantive member on the OACPS, when I was appointed as the substantive member of the OACPS to represent the Zambia, there was no women's forum. Just so that I can educate. There was no women's forum. When we went to this organization...
Order, Honourable Member. There is a point of order by Honourable Member for Mpika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And as usual, Mr. Speaker, I'm silently seated here, listening to the debates. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm taken aback. In here, we don't debate ourselves. the Honorable Member of Parliament from Mwandi who is winding up debate of this very important report. And the Speaker is just from guiding, has veered off from winding up debate. Instead, she has started debating Honorable Kafuaya, who is seated here. Mr. Speaker, when did we start debating ourselves? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I thought the honorable member who is winding up debate was trying to walk through the debate as those that debated. No, she's winding up now. Yes. May the honorable member wind up debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Let me just give a little background. Because I'm a woman, when I was given an opportunity to serve on this committee, we didn't have the Women's Forum. When we went to Maputo, Honorable Seflo is speaking right now, who's a substantive member, another honorable member who is the late Honorable Cecilia Ogao, and another honorable member from Germany. We came up with the idea to have the Women's Forum on the ACP EU. So now I'm so shocked today that after all this work that we did, I cannot represent women on the Women's Forum. And let me also indicate, I also sit on the Women Parliamentary Forum in Zambia. So I speak from experience as a woman. So this did not just, it was actually born from our initiative to have the Women and the Youth Forum on the OSCP EU. So I represent the woman. I believe I'm a woman unless proven otherwise. Let me also, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important report, and we should not trivialize it. The reports here, what is involved in this report is trade and investment. And if you've heard, one of our recommendations in this report is to have a half-day meeting where honorable members can be acquainted with the contents of the Samoa Agreement so that we can move away, they can understand exactly what this committee represents. I want to thank the honorable member, Honorable Sande Chanda, who brought in the most important things that are contained in this report. Honorable members, when these reports come on the floor of the House, let's take our time to read them because they are important. When you send us there, we are not just representing ourselves or Mwandi. We are representing the country at large, including you. We go there and speak on behalf of everyone. So let's take time to read the reports so that we can also debate from a well-informed position. When it comes to anyone who's traveling, actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to say that everyone is represented. In this committee, there are members from the PF. They are members of the Independent. They are members of the UPNG. Where is the challenge? Everyone is represented. Honorable, let me, unless Honorable Mumba is not from PF, am I lost? Honorable Mumba is not from PF.
Honorable.
But let me move. Honorable member, honorable member for Pambashe. Thank you so very much for debating our report, though you said you did not support it. Thank you so much for debating it, and just take a time again and go back. And also let me indicate, Zambia today, Mr. Speaker, stands in a very, very good position. Stands in a very, very good position because it's from Zambia where even the issue of critical raw materials, where we have formed a committee that is looking at this. This point came from Zambia. So I do not see why we should not support this report. What I can urge honorable members is to support our report. The Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you so very much. What you've said is very, very true. We should not trivialize this report. This report is very, very important. It borders on investment, on carbon trade, on our critical raw materials that we've been speaking about. Honorable members, these are issues that we wanted to hear you talk about, and not someone who signed the report. So that one I'll leave it aside because it's provided by in the standing orders. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the House to support our report. I submit.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt a report of the Zambian delegation to 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OACPS European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Rwanda, Angola from 17th to 21st February 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 18th March 2024. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, say no. No. The ayes have it. The question is resolved. The division is called. Close the bar, clear the lobby, and lock. Sorry, I beg your pardon. A division is called. Ring the bells. Honorable Member for Shwangandu, may you take your seat?
Give us a minute before you say you have just voted.
Yes, I know.
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The bells are ringing, which means that a division has been called when the question was put on the report of the parliamentary delegation that this House to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States. So anytime from now, after 4 minutes, members will start voting electronically. Matemba, let's also look at what else is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today.
We expect the House to consider the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, which is coming at second reading stage. Also expect resumption of debate on a motion of thanks. His Excellency the President addressed a motion that was moved by Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungandu, and it was seconded by Nalikwanda Member of Parliament, Mr. Simunji.
So the bell will ring for more than 4 minutes, and the Speaker will order for the lobby to be cleared and close the bar, and members of Parliament will be expected to vote electronically on this report, which is urging the House to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OSCPS European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Luanda, Angola from 17th to 21st February 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on the 18th of March 2024. And this motion was seconded by Mr. Jeffrey Mulebwa, who is a Kafala-Futa Member of Parliament.
And on the order paper, the House has so far considered one question for oral answer, understanding order 76, and 2 questions for oral answer, understanding order 74. And so we'll be able to share with you the details of the questions when the House adjourns.
We'll now leave you with live pictures, and any minute from now, the members should be voting.
Close the bar, clear the lobbies, and lock the doors. The House will now vote electronically only using the Bosch multimedia units. Please log in to the system. When you hear the paging sound, the vote has opened, and the voting screen is displayed on your microphone unit. Select the present key on top, order, on top of the right side of the screen, you will see the words, please cast your vote. Select one of the options, yes, no, or abstain. Once you've selected one of the options, you will see words, vote has been cast, on the right side of the screen. When you hear the second paging sound, the vote will close after 1 minute. The results are as follows. Secretariat, help me with the results that are on the screen. As we can all see, I think we can all see the results. Order. The yes, 49 in green. The no, 33 in red. Wait. So wait. Huh? The yes have it. I think we can all see the results. Let's make progress. So the question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the orders of the day. May you take your seats, honorable members? There are too many movements in here. The clerk can proceed.
The Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, second reading.
The Honorable Minister, the Acting Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. Oh, the substantive minister has come. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. Minimize the talking. Honorable Kafwaya there. The Honorable Minister can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for according me this opportunity to give the principles regarding the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill number 2 of 2024. The bill will ensure that we have a comprehensive legislative framework to govern animal identification and traceability in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, the development of the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill was necessitated by existence of inadequacies in the Animal Identification Act number 28 of 2010 and the challenges that arose during the operationalization of this act. These inadequacies included the following. One, lack of adequate animal traceability provision in the current legislation. One of the significant deficiencies in the current act was the absence of mechanism to ensure traceability both in animal and animal products. Specifically, it failed to address the need for traceability measures involving key stakeholders such as slaughter facilities, processing plants. Although Section 21 of the Animal Health Act number 27 of 2010 did incorporate traceability, its scope was restricted solely to tracking animal diseases. Mr. Speaker, number 2, restriction of identification marks. The Animal Identification Act number 28 of 2010 only provided for animal identification marks as the only identifier to be used on animals. A mark is defined by the said act was limited only to placing or collecting an identification mark on animals. This limitation of an identifier in the definition constrained the use of other identifiers such as ear tags, microchips, to mention but a few. Number 3, failure to adopt key animal identification standards from the World Organization of Animal Health. The Animal Identification Act number 28 of 2010 has not domesticated a number of important and useful animal identification standards and guidelines as set out in the Animal Health Terrestrial Code of the World Organization of Animal Health. These are critical to acceptance of Zambian animals and animal products on the international market. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, absence of the provision for agents and e-platform. The Animal Identification Act number 28 of 2010 has no provision for use of either agents or e-platform, which are very important in the modern era to facilitate efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the above outlined shortcomings, coupled with the need to address emergent issues in the livestock sector, necessitated the repeal and the replacement of Animal Identification Act number 28 of 2010. Mr. Speaker, as I stated in my first reading, the objectives of the proposed bill are to provide for A, establishment of Animal Identification and Traceability Unit, B, establishment of
animal identification and traceability system. And C, Mr. Speaker, notification of premises, registration of animal identification marks, E, registration of agents, F, traceability of animals, animal products, and animal byproducts, and G, Mr. Speaker, repeal and replacement of the Animal Identification Act 2010. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Any further debate? The Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Member from Fue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources was tasked to scrutinize the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill number 2 of 2024, referred to it by the House on 23 February 2024. The bill seeks to, among other things, establish the Animal Identification and Traceability Unit and provide for its functions, provide for registration of animal identification marks and agents, and repeal and replace the Animal Identification Act number 28 of 2010. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state from the outset that the bill received immense support from the stakeholders, and the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources also fully support the bill. In doing so, the committee has taken note of some fundamental concerns raised by stakeholders which have been captured in the committee's report. I further wish to state that, having interacted with various stakeholders, the committee has made some observations and recommendations on issues that caught its attention. These are also recorded in the report. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to highlight some of the issues. Sir, the committee agrees with stakeholders who submitted that small-scale farmers would have challenges to comply with the law if they are not adequately sensitized on the importance of record keeping. The committee is of the view that small-scale farmers should be sensitized on the importance of record keeping before this proposed law is implemented. This is because sensitization may result in buy-in by the farmers and consequently improve compliance. The committee therefore strongly recommends that the farmers be widely sensitized. Further, small-scale farmers should be given 2 years grace period, while commercial farmers should be given 1 year grace period before requesting them to comply with the law. Mr. Speaker, the committee notes that the office of the traceability officer has been ranked too low compared to the magnitude of the functions placed under it. The committee contends that if the office of the traceability officer is not elevated to director level, it may lack the decision-making power and fail to respond quickly to issues. This may further result in the office being ineffective. The committee therefore recommends that the position of the traceability officer be changed to traceability and identification officer, and the officer be elevated to director level. Mr. Speaker, the committee also agrees with other stakeholders who submitted that placing the traceability unit under the Department of Veterinary Services will reduce it to any other disease control department, while in essence the traceability unit has a lot to do with cross-cutting responsibilities. The committee recommends that to yield full functionality of the traceability unit, the same must function as an agency or authority under the ministry responsible for livestock. Sir, the committee observed that Clause 23 of the bill provides for the period of validity of an animal identification mark once issued. The committee contends that this is illogical and may bring unnecessary costs on farmers. The committee therefore recommends that once issued, an animal identification mark must be for a lifespan of that animal unless an animal is transferred to another owner who applies for change of mark. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee supports the bill as it is confident that the law will enhance economic growth and quality assurance in animals and animal products. The committee is certain that traceability and identification under the new regime would mitigate risks placed premium on animal product pricing and create regional competition advantage on product exports. In conclusion, I wish to pay tribute to the stakeholders who tendered valuable written and oral submissions to the committee during its deliberations. May I also thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support and services rendered to the committee. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Allow me to just tender maybe a two-line thoughts on this bill, which is under consideration. So bill number 2 of 2024, number 1 I think was discussed yesterday. It was dealing with the Mining Commission. Now, bill number 2 in a session, Mr. Speaker, is a demonstration of the prioritization or how highly this animal owner welfare is considered in the UPND administration. But I also want to remind the House that the UPND in the last session brought an amendment to a law which made animal theft non-bailable. Now, one of the reasons that animals go missing is thieving, people stealing. And making theft of livestock non-bailable is a disincentive enough to cause members of the public to desist from this act of stealing. But all of these laws, all of these amendments put together demonstrate the importance that the UPND government attach to animals, to cows, and those who own cows, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I argued when we were considering the non-bailable issue of theft that this kind of focus could actually help the country if the country focused on minerals in this fashion, on mukula in this fashion. 2 laws in 2 sessions talking about cows, animals, safeguarding those who own cows. Mr. Speaker, when you label a cow and it is stolen, you are likely going to recover it because it is identifiable. But even the guy who steals, can you imagine? Non-bailable. So people won't be able to go around stealing cows. But it would be more beneficial to our country if people stopped stealing minerals, critical minerals, gold. Well, I'm not the one who mentioned Sujrite. Don't be emotional. It's not me, it's behind. But even Sujrite must not be stolen, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member. You know, the report that you have
yes, sir,
doesn't talk about minerals. This bill. But why are you trying to contravene? Let's stick to the bill. The bill is trying to address a certain situation and cure a problem.
Yeah.
So let's stick to that. Let's avoid veering off. It's not necessary at all. So let's just stick to what is before us, this bill, and debate the content, as it were. You can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by stating my passion, which is that I would wish for the UPND government to demonstrate this urgency they have demonstrated in protection of cows and cow owners to the economy generally and those factors which drive our economy stronger than cows. Because cows have not been lost, but yet the dollar, you can imagine. Mr. Speaker, let me go. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Member for Mbawala.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just supporting the bill on the animal identification, as ably moved by our hardworking Minister of Livestock and Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, this is a very relevant bill.
Honorable members, where are you going in numbers? You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, those who don't value the meat they eat every day are working out the numbers. But for the rest of the country, it values food and food production as well as protection of the animals. Cattle and other livestock is a bank, Mr. Speaker, like we have debated before. It is a bank for the people, many people of Zambia, and countrywide, actually, for that matter, because I am aware that even the Honorable Fuve and many others are ranchers. They are trying to emulate, so they are ranchers. And yes, Honorable Fuve is a rancher. No, he's also a rancher. So it's a bank that is meant to help our people to have a resource which they can use today and tomorrow, and it's passed on to the grandchildren. And it's also used in many other transactional matters. Right now we're faced with a drought situation in most areas, and our people are using the various livestock they have to safeguard themselves in the interim as we make many other arrangements to deal with the drought situation, especially mealie meal and maize. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Livestock coming up with the animal identification bill is very, very cardinal, and the fact that it's been made optional to the farmers and the 2-year grace period given is very, very important. And what we would like to see is indeed a lot of engagement with the Royal Highnesses, the Royal Councils. For myself, for example, the Royal Council in Mapanza and Macha, with all the headmen, the senior headmen and the junior headmen to be engaged, and many other stakeholders, so that everybody can understand this new law and its provisions, with especially regards to even animal movement, because we are used to the branding, which is also in existence, and I would like to encourage that we also, the ministry continues to allow us to have the option to brand if you want to brand, so much that those who want to put those chips can use the chips, those who wish to brand, the physical branding can use to brand, because in our areas, some of our areas have got what we call Gurutanga, or the area where we take our animals to stay during the rain season. And out there, the animals commingle and mix a lot. So it's always easier for our traditional people to easily identify their animals when they are separating them there, when they have got easy branding. That's why those who have been to Mara area, you will see FS, you will see this and that, even His Excellency, you'll see his labels there. So because it's easier from a distance to say, oh, those animals belong to this one, those ones belong to this one. So indeed, we are accepting modernity and technology as we continue to look after our animals. We continue to accept modernity and technology, which the ministry, I think, is embracing, because technology is the future. And we will continue to also engage our farmers to begin to accept technology and see value in technology for those who can manage to do it, who will choose that option after sensitization. But like I said, the options must be available. And then, of course, this coupled with a lot of livestock extension officers who we continue to cry for in the ministry to be in every farming camp or every farming block along the lines of the agricultural schemes, as well as the transportation for those workers so that they can quickly engage with the Zambia police, who are now very much involved in curbing crime, because the biggest problem is crime. And these animals, people move them very fast. They sometimes move carcasses very fast. So we need to continue with these various measures and methods to police and deal with the issues of crime by enhancing, of course, the identification of our animals and other livestock. But the ministry must not only end on maybe cattle branding. We are now also increasingly seeing people stealing goats. So maybe let's come up with some other, or whatever, maybe the same technology. It can be enhanced also to see how we can take it up to goats, because we can't brand goats. They get, it can be a permanent sore. They can easily die. You know, so let's also look in that area as a ministry, so that we are holistic when we look at all livestock. Many people are losing animals and goats during this period, and even in the past. Even myself, I've been a victim in my area of that. So let's also work in that direction. With these few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I fully support this bill and commend our hardworking Minister of Livestock and Fisheries to continue on this path of working with technology, embracing what technology brings, and also now that we've got these Starlinks and the like, working with Honorable Mutati and having more technological innovations, including many towers that can help also in the tracking systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock wind-up debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to appreciate your committee for the work that have done by interacting with a number of witnesses who have contributed very positively towards this bill to shape it the way they have contributed their valuable inputs. And also I want to thank the honorable members, the two honorable members that have debated, despite the first member couldn't understand why this bill has been brought before this House. It's not the bill to address cattle owners only. This is a bill which is going to unlock the potential of this country. This country has to start trading on international markets. And one of the requirements that the international standards require is this, some of the factors that have been factored in this bill. So it's not a bill that just addresses cattle owners and it has got nothing to contribute to the GDP. This bill will help the sector to start contributing to the GDP of this country. Agriculture is the only way to go now, not only minerals. So, Mr. Speaker, I also want to assure the honorable member from Bawala that this traceability and identification bill will not only cater for the cattle or the livestock as we go on. And indeed, we want to accept the observations that are made by the committee that we are agreeable. We are going to make sure that people are given the right information. They understand what this bill is going to do to the sector. Mr. Speaker, it's only one issue that I want to clarify to your committee, that the position of the traceability officer cannot be elevated to the position of a director, because the best practices that we have laid, or the benchmarks that we have done across the SADC and other regions, indicates that this is this officer must be under the Director of Veterinary Services. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill, which we believe that the sector will not be the same, and we are going to unlock all the potential that are under this sector. And I want to thank all those who have supported, starting from the committee and the honorable members. And those who have not even debated, I know if they were to be given a chance, they would support this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read the second time.
The Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024.
Committee stage to be taken when? The Honorable Minister.
Tuesday, 26 March 2024, Mr. Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken on Tuesday, 26th next week. Next order.
Thanks, His Excellency the President's address. Motion of 19th March, resumption of debate.
When the House was adjourned yesterday, Wednesday, 20th March 2024, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honourable Member for Chama South, that the thanks of the Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Lunte.
Mr. Speaker, as you just read the motion, and you said it was moved by the Honourable Member for Chama South, that the thanks, but you went further and said the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. Mr. Speaker, I will choose the exposition of public policy. And I'm going to only comment on one pillar, which you will find on page 9 of his speech, democracy and constitutionalism. Mr. Speaker, the President reports on democracy and says there are 44 radio stations. There are 18 TV stations. The President reports on constitutionalism that the Institute will facilitate continuous professional development for judges, judicial officers, and judicial staff. This is the progress that the President reported under democracy and constitutionalism. Mr. Speaker, I had occasion to debate what I thought the President was going to discuss in his entire speech elsewhere. And I thought the President was really going to suffer to establish progress. What I see from the 8 paragraphs under democracy and constitutionalism confirms my fears. Mr. Speaker, let me be logical. There is a simple test of democracy that you can take. How you treat those who disagree with you. It's a very simple test of your capacity to absorb divergence views. Mr. Speaker, I wait here to see how one of my honorable colleagues, Honorable Jean Senga, will be treated by those who don't agree with her. Because it's important. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, order. Order. May you take your seat? I think you have the speech that you are supposed to look at extensively. And Honorable Chisenga is not part to it. And prejudice at whatever level is not necessary. This is a house of rules. And whoever errors, if found, the rules has got its own way how it applies itself, the house. So let's just restrict ourselves to the speech that is before us. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. And I would like to withdraw the treatment of Honorable Chisenga as a test of democracy. Mr. Speaker, the right to assemble may be viewed as democracy. The right to express yourself, like I'm doing today, may be viewed as democracy. The right to associate with a group of my choice may be viewed as democracy, where these rights are non-existent, where these rights are stifled. It is difficult to be put as number 3 in the whole world, as number 3 democrat, or one of the top 3 countries, democratic countries in the world, by an institute which is not accredited anywhere. Mr. Speaker, and somebody should approve accreditation. They should approve accreditation. And this is why, for me, I always insist we, the Zambian people, must cause the president to speak scientifically. The moment the president will be allowed to quote organizations which are not credited, we have lost it as a nation. Mr. Speaker, the police command cannot determine political ideology in a country where democracy exists. Okay? In fact, the standard of democracy in our country, as it was
But
highlighted.
Honorable Member, I've guided you.
Yes?
They're mentioning about the police. They won't come here to defend themselves. So it's not necessary
The
to bring
minister
them
for
in
the
the...
police is here.
No. It's not necessary for you to bring them in the context of your debate. There's no police officer that will come to defend him or herself here. So let's restrict our debate. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, suppose the UPND government made progress at the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Could the president report it? I think he should. I think he must be able to say, this past 12 months, these are the measures we have taken at the Electoral Commission to avoid what happened to Kavushi and Kwachi. Mr. Speaker, he should say that. Mr. Speaker,
there's a point of order.
I'll move on to constitutionalism.
Order, Honorable Member for Lunte, there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to raise a very important point of order. Mr. Speaker, allow me to indicate that we have been taught when we are growing up that when you lose something, it is time to heal at a certain time. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member of Parliament for Pambashe, when he was debating, in fact, he alluded to the fact of the importance of maturity as we debate in this House. Mr. Speaker, I know that losing an election, Mr. Speaker, can be very painful. And for some people, it takes very long to heal. Now, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is against the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte, who is my brother. Mr. Speaker, I've guided him so many times about how he's supposed to conduct himself when debating. And my point of order now is on our standing orders number 65, both A and B of number 1. Mr. Speaker, is the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunde, in order to disregard your very clear guidance on how we should debate on this matter, which is very specific, Mr. Speaker. Is he in order? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lunte is out of order, but I think he has heed to the Council. I think you now make progress as is proceeding. He should desist from the advice, against the advice that I rendered to him. You may proceed, Honourable Member for Lunte.
This is why I cherish you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to appreciate my mature, honorable colleague for raising a very mature point of order. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Constitutional Court was transformational in terms of constitutionalism in this country. Building on the capacity of the Constitutional Court to deliver would be success. Mr. Speaker, many of us who worried about the outcome of Kavushi and Kwacha were eagerly waiting for the final outcome from the Constitutional Court. We now hear it came out. Once that judgment relating to Honorable Boma Ndusambo and Honorable Joe Malanji is published, the nation will observe the progress we have made in terms of application of our national values and principles as far as they relate to constitutionalism. Mr. Speaker, judges being fired in the manner we have observed in the recent past may be progress, but I can assure you only according to you, PNG. The people out there, the judicial officers out there, Mr. Speaker, may not see that as progress. And of course, because this is divergent, this is a view that is divergent, we will hear from the other side in terms of whether they believe these judges who have been fired fairly in the last 12 months. Mr. Speaker, full interpretation of the constitutional provisions which include human rights, the human right, the rights of speech, the rights to movement, to assemble, rights to associate. It would be regrettable to hear that an archbishop's passport will be confiscated. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude.
No. I've guided you. I've given enough guidance. At times you have to be very attentive when I'm giving counsel. On the contrary, you don't seem to get what I try to advise you. I think restrict yourself to the debate other than making assertions. You may proceed.
It's just to conclude and say, as the President was addressing this nation, he knew that he had appointed an Auditor General who is unconstitutional sitting in the office. So constitutionalism, Mr. Speaker, must have been very painful.
There is a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for rising on a very serious point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 65, 1 and 2. The Honourable Member has made an assertion that the President has appointed an Auditor General who does not qualify, contrary to the Constitution. He knows that the President does not appoint an Auditor General. He recommends to this House. Is this House that ratifies and the person becomes an Auditor General? Has he got any evidence to show, Mr. Speaker, that there was a recommendation for ratification that was laid on the floor of this House by the President?
Thank you.
Is in order to start speculating on issues that are clear? There was no recommendation here.
Honorable Member for Lupososhi, the one who is next to Honorable Member for Lunte, or Lukasha, let's avoid debating while he's seated. You are a senior member. So, is the first timer? Oh, all right, okay. Whichever way, let's avoid debating while he's seated. The minister as well. Now, let me render my ruling. We all know that this House is the one that is responsible for ratifying. And it's good as we debate, we should debate from a verified point of view to avoid misleading ourselves, those we represent, and Zambians at large, and even beyond the borders. So let's confine ourselves to something that is truthful, something that we can prove. So the Honorable Member for Lunte is completely out of order. You may proceed, Honorable Member for Lunte.
Mr. Speaker, the State Council needed to know that appointment and ratification are two different words. But I'll move on. I'll show him the day the President appointed.
Order, Honorable Member. Now you are challenging. May you take your seat?
It's not you, it's the State Council.
No, may you take your seat?
Thank you, sir.
Those names that we ratify, that are recommended or proposed by the President, that does not translate into appointment. It's a mere recommendation subject to review by this House. If the House feels otherwise, the name cannot go through. That we all know. That's why names are subjected for debate. If we feel otherwise, the name cannot go through. We will say that, we will recommend that this name we don't feel like it should go through. So the President recommends to this House. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Illegal audit reports have not been laid to the floor of this House. The illegal audit reports that were contracted Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker.
Order. The time is up. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I thank you for the opportunity given to debate the presidential speech on the progress made in the application of national values and principles. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the speech, allow me to put this on record to say I'm one of your very few leaders in this House who celebrate national success. Mr. Speaker, what has happened today in Kitwe should not be downplayed. It is not only what has happened today in Kitwe, it is what happened by the head of state renegotiating the $1.5 billion that ought to have been given to Vendetta by the previous government to about $390 million. That is not a mere achievement. It shows that we have a leader
who cares for the nation. The lives of the people on the copper belt, Mr. Speaker, particularly in Kitwe and Mufrira, they have persevered for some time. And what has happened today, it is giving a smile to the people who have persevered for quite some time. That is the success that the nation should be celebrating and be proud of. So I thought such a thing should not be downplayed. It needs to be put on record. To say business, the Kitwe of 1980s, 1970s, and the Mufrira of 1980s and 1970s, it will come back to life.
There is a point of order, Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Speaker, I want to quote Standing Order number 65, relevance of speech. I've perused through this speech, which is, I think, the shortest speech ever. I have not seen anywhere where the president was talking about Mopan mine and many other factors, and where the president took that angle. I think, no, the laws of the House should apply to everybody. Yes. So when we are talking about relevance with the opposition, it should be relevance, the other side. So I wanted to find out from you, Mr. Speaker, whether this member who is on the floor talking about Mopani, $1.5 billion, which is not there, and all that, if he is in order to take that particular route, which is not captured under the Article 8, which the President was speaking to. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you've sufficiently debated your point of order. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Going into the presidential speech on morality and ethics, Mr. Speaker, we are who we are in this parliament based on where we are coming from. If we don't take leadership in morality or moral values in our country, in 10, 20 years from now, Mr. Speaker, you are going to see junkies taking over as members of parliament. Leadership should take its role. We are leaders and parents. We need to go back to our roots. Those days, Mr. Speaker, when we were growing up, there was discipline at household level. What we are seeing in our country today, Mr. Speaker, echoing what the President indicated, if we don't take leadership as members of parliament, if we don't work hand in hand with the President, Mr. Speaker, what we are going to see, or what we anticipate as a nation, there will be no future leaders worth being in parliament. It is a taboo, Mr. Speaker, for me to even call you names even if you are young to me, by virtue of the position that you have been given, all I need is to give you respect and support. But we are seeing where these days, young ones, they don't look at age. They can use all sorts of words to an adult. Morality has really gone very, very low. We need to help the government. We need to work together and also inculcate sense of responsibility from our youth. What the government has done so far by allocating under CDF money for skills development, that is the best way of getting our youth from the streets, so that at least they have something to do. Gone are the days, Mr. Speaker, when youth were used as a political tool.
I support the president when he said no more cadreism. We are seeing now that youth going forward, they will be more productive because of the skills they are acquiring under CDF. That is a plus to the government. We come to actually, Mr. Speaker, patriotism and unity. Mr. Speaker, the new Dawn administration has demonstrated a lot of patriotism and unity. Just look at the way the cabinet is. The cabinet represents the 10 provinces without any selection. You look at how CDF is being allocated. Gone are the days, Mr. Speaker, when some of us could not receive CDF because we are from another political party. Now we have a government that cares, that allocates resources even to those who stand on the floor of the House to demean the Vice President, to demean the chairperson, to demean even elders. They are given equal resources for national development. That is the leadership that we need. That is the unity that we want. To say, yes, you can ridicule the Vice President here, but the people down there, they need resources. They need development. They are not part and parcel of the misdemeanor that we can give the leadership. All they need is the resources. So each one here is given equal resources for national development. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wish to support the President's speech. I thank you so much.
Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me this opportunity to debate on this very important motion before this august House. Mr. Speaker, I have only two issues that I want to tackle: human dignity and social justice. Mr. Speaker, the situation that we are in, where dignity is concerned, is...
Order. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Debate resumes tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Good evening. We are still watching Parliament television. The House has just adjourned until tomorrow at 09 hours. We go straight into looking at business that has been considered on the floor of the House from the time it resumed at 14:30.
Business did begin by Madam Speaker making an announcement where she recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Ndola Trust School in Ndola District. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
After that announcement, Madam Speaker permitted the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement. This was with regards to the recruitment of volunteers from various cholera treatment centers countrywide into the civil service. This is in accordance with the presidential directive to absorb all volunteers into the civil service. The minister did say that Immediately after the presidential directive, a thorough validation process was undertaken by the Public Service Management and the Civil Service Commission to ensure that no volunteer was omitted, as well as ensuring that only those persons who, for the love of mankind, risked their health to save others, despite the fact that no reward in form of a salary or allowance was expected at the time, were shortlisted.
She further said that after the directive by the Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the Civil Service Commission, working with the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Management Division, undertook to identify vacant positions created through natural attrition, that is through death, retirements, resignation and paid leaves, promotions and dismissals, among others.
The minister went on to inform the House that the nation at large that over 314 positions have been identified, and these include the following: 95 junior resident medical officers, 100 registered nurses, 29 clinical officer general, 46 environmental health technicians, 15 medical laboratory technicians, 6 pharmacy technologists, 19 public health nurses, 4 biomedical scientists, and 1 pharmacist. And so the minister did indicate that this is against the background of 853 validated health professional volunteers in all the cholera centers countrywide.
The Minister of Health took this opportunity to assure the House that all those that volunteered, that this is not the end but the beginning, and the process will continue in a phased approach until all the volunteers have been absorbed. Furthermore, the process, she said that the process to validate the volunteers under the general worker category is still ongoing, and once the process is completed, the numbers for the general workers that will be absorbed in phase 2 will also be announced in a similar manner.
The minister went on to state that government is aware and recognize the works of all health workers that have continued to offer voluntary services in various health facilities before, during and after any epidemic, and urge them through Madam Speaker to continue with this goodwill.
And in conclusion, the Minister of Health did say or make an appeal through Parliament that volunteers to exercise patience, as the Ministry and the Civil Service Commission is working towards ensuring that all the volunteers are absorbed into the civil service. So that's a ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Health, and this was on the cholera volunteers. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament seeking clarity from the Minister by asking follow-up questions.
After that ministerial statement, the House went on to consider 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 76 and 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. Question number 322 under Standing Order 74 came from Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who directed this question to the Minister of Information and Media, and he wanted to find out when the government will rehabilitate the Zambia News and Information Services ZANIS offices in Kalabo district. And the acting minister did say that currently government has no plans to rehabilitate the ZANIS Kalabo offices. In part B of the question, the member of Parliament for Kalabo Central wanted to find out what short-term measures the government is taking to ensure a conducive working environment in the offices while awaiting rehabilitation works. And the minister did say that the ministry will engage the provincial administration to consider allocating an alternative conducive working environment for ZANIS Kalabo officers until a permanent solution is found.
The other question was question 323, which came from Mr. Chelangwa Kawambwa, Member of Parliament, directing the question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and in this case it was the acting minister who responded to this question. The member wanted to find out when the construction of the Kasomeno-Mwenda Road connecting Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo will commence, and according to the minister's response, he did say that this will commence on April 1st, 2024. Whether the financial closure of the project has been attained, and according to the minister's response, did say that it is yet to be attained. The deadline for attainment is scheduled for March 31st, 2024. What the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is, according to the minister's response, say that the time frame for the completion has been set at 3 years, with separation and maintenance having been set at 22 years. So that was the last question for oral answer understanding order 74, and these are ordinary questions.
After that, Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Siveso Sefulo, moved a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the OSCPS European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Luanda, Angola, from 17th to 21st February 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 18th March 2024. And so this motion was seconded by Kafulafuta Member of Parliament, Mr. Jeffrey Mulewa, and at the time a question was put, members of Parliament voted. The yes had 49 and no's 35, and so this motion has been adopted.
All right, and after the consideration of that report, the House proceeded to consider the only bill on today's order paper, the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, which came up at second reading, and the bill read the second time and committed to the Committee of the whole House and committee stage to be taken on 26th of March 2024.
After that, there was resumption of debate on a motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. A motion of 19th March 2024 that was moved by Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungandu, and seconded by Nalikwanda Member of Parliament, Mr. Simunji.
Well, it's been a long day, Matimba. Looking forward to tomorrow, Friday. Business starts at 09 hours. What are the plans for the weekend?
I think resting. Don't have plans. Maybe tomorrow.
Okay, on behalf of our sign language interpreters, that's Chola Kauman, Jason Manda, and indeed not forgetting Matimba. My name is Posent Ndovi, indeed the entire production crew. Remember, the station closes at 22 hours. We do have a rebroadcast of today's business, and tomorrow we'll have a committee meeting, seating. So I'd like to urge you to be with us. And those of you that have been following us on our social media platform, I'm saying thank you so much. Keep following that page. My name is Posent Ndovi. God bless and have a fantastic evening.